Hey, party people. It took us a minute to get here. Okay, so the list is already closed. We've got so much already going on. I think you're already on the list, Ari. Are you? No? We're gonna go and get started, I guess, and figure it out along the way. That part. We'll do that. We'll figure it out along the way.
Staring at herself in the mirror on the restroom door. Voices in her head that mirror what she's heard before.
There we go, y'all. Now we've got the pleasantries out the way. We gotta figure it out as soon as we get in here. Hey, Smara girl. It took me a minute to get in here, y'all. My bad. It has been a long couple of weeks. We didn't see each other last week, and it was a struggle to get into this week. How's the Libra full moon treating y'all? Libra full moon relieved me of duty for a while. Well, the Libra new moon, because it's a solar eclipse. My bad. The Aries full moon relieved me of my duties. The Aries new moon brought me back into cycle. New beginnings. How are we doing, y'all? Let me know. I'm just getting all the cards out because we got a few decks we're going to be working with. Yeah, that part. I feel like I was a little bit tucked away for a little bit. It was a long weekend as well. Long and short at the same time. Time has just been speeding up. I don't know about y'all, but it has been speeding up, but moving slow at the same time. Because there's so many things you want to do and get out the way, but time has to happen, right? You're like, oh, I'm planning for this time or I'm planning for that time. So, but at the same time, it's moving so quickly, all the stuff that one's planning for. I don't know if y'all can feel like the 2024 timelines already, but I'm telling you, that ish had me up. Not this weekend, but the weekend before. I was like there, lost in my mind for like the whole 42 hours, technically around about 86 hours to be precise, because I was just there with the downloads. Bam, 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 bam. I don't know if y'all can like tap into the timelines and sense the energies there. Like God's already giving us our 2024 assignments, y'all. I hope y'all like taking notes, okay? Because it is serious classing right now. Let me know how the Libra full moon's treating new moon's treating you guys as well, because there's a lot of updates that are happening, particularly in romance class. But we're also experiencing it overall in our partnerships as well. There's sort of renewal, reevaluations of contracts when it comes to sort of like business partnerships and interactions, just really going through a reevaluation season in setting new sort of like timelines for certain situations that may not necessarily be ripe for the picking. So let me know how that's going for y'all. Smara, my love, I think let's see where we are with the list. I think you were first on the list from what I saw. Yes. So you start getting your question together for me, guys. So this is the list as far as where we are. I don't know who's in the room at the minute, but we're going to write it out and see what we kind of do with this space. This may be a quick one for me again. The universe may just be relieving me of some duties, okay? Just so that I can focus in other places as well. Oh, I have my natal moon. Oh, okay. Hell yes, it means something. This is going to be your emotional charge up. So, this cycle for you, interesting that your moon's in Libra, actually. Interesting. Sorry, I'm like curious. My mind just went off there. That is really interesting because obviously, romance class is one of the areas that you kind of like get emotionally stirred, right? It's one of the places that you keep getting like your little tests and stuff as well, even when you're going through like periods of isolation. But your moon being in Libra, that's really where you're going to get like your emotional updates in these sort of areas. These are really where you're going to sort of be triggered to see the changes essentially. Oh, interesting as well. And it's always to bring things into balance. So you're coming into the space always emotionally trying to sort of like speak from that point of being fair and speak from that point of opposition, but really, hey Renee, um, it's more a case of like diplomatic sort of perception. So that's really interesting. You're about to get an update, girl. That's nice. This is going to be emotional, though. I do want to put that out there because obviously it's your moon. So the moon is kind of like the way in which we process emotions and stuff. So um, ride the waves. Ride the waves, girl. You come down from it soon, being better on the other side. Okay. Every time I survive a new update, I'm like, okay, I survived that. Some good stuff's about to happen because your vibration shifting, you're going to be moving up emotionally. There's going to be some attunement. So it's a good place to be. Okay. It's just a case of navigating through it. So we're going to go and dive into your question. The light just flickered there, but just as I like popped up your question, I guess they were telling me to get started. I'm like, come on. It's been a minute. Hey, Rachel. How are you doing, Mama? Do you know what? I don't know, Rachel. We may be sort of dealing with a new list in essence to some degree, right? It depends on who's here to be able to sort of get their reading. So stick around. You may be able to get on the list. Hey, Ultra Ego Wisdom. Like that. Like that. I'm good. I'm good. This Libra new moon's been kind to me. So I'm appreciative, living in gratitude. Hey, Lena, Mama, that's what's up. You just came in. You was like, look, I'm on job. The list is the list. Thank you for that, beautiful. We've kind of like put it out there initially as well. I did pop that up on screen. I didn't read it, I guess, because I got distracted, but you know how it is. That's what we do over here. Many tangents, Pisces and building. Okay. How's the Libra full moon treating you as well? I have been blessed. God has been good to me. I, with all the overtime that I was doing in September, like my cycle was off sync. It was just like, girl, you don't even need the stress. But I was low key like having the hormonal shifts where I guess my partner was kind of like, yeah, I need that to come and be over already. Okay. I feel like this. Some some PMSing beneath the surface, you know? So God bless me and him, I guess. And here we are. Okay, we needed to get that out of the way, but it was good. Okay, it was good. It was a nice little cycle. I had some time with the nephews as well this weekend, and that was that was nice. It's always fun to be able to sort of. I'm just literally there to sort of stick around and be the helpmate, but whilst they hang out for the most part, but we have to work on like the demands, right? The demands also have expectations of good behavior. So we did some good negotiation this weekend. They're getting good with their negotiations as well. So it was good. I'm doing good. How's the Libra new moon treating you guys as well? I was just saying, hey Ari. Yes, I am good, happy and healthy. Okay, for the most part. I needed to sort of like go through my emotional purging as well. It was a good time though. I like the fact that God did that for me. I was so grateful because I didn't have the time. I really didn't have the time to actually have a cycle as well. So yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good, but I'm like really, really conscious of like the thoughts that I put through right now, guys. Like because the 2024 timelines are they're upon us. Definitely, the energy is very the veil is very thin. So we are getting a few of the downloads over. We still don't have all the like the facet isn't flowing. Okay, the facet's dripping with information at the minute, right? For the 2024 timeline, because we still have so many variables that needs to be like completely optimized for clarity because we're still indecisive about a lot of things. But this is definitely a really good time to be planting some good seeds, okay, particularly in romance because we're always in this little space. Look, we're doing Smurry's reading, we're going into romance class to unpack some stuff for her, so this is definitely a good time to be able to plant some seeds for romance class. The Libra new moon was a solar eclipse as well, so this is like quick supercharge to that manifesting, okay. Do you know what, Mina? I did think about that as well. Like, if we need to be creating a new list, I think we might have to because I don't know who's actually going to be able to sort of be back in here because it's a different timing. So, do we want to sort of like um, throw out who's actually here? I know I saw Ash earlier on, so I know that she's going to pop back in at some point, actually. But yeah, if we can kind of like work with the old lists initially from some of the people that are already here, and then with any person, any new people that are here, they can be added to the list as well. If you guys can just kind of like throw a hey, how you doing, something out there in the chat, Mina's gonna help us out and get a new list together. Thank you so much for that, Mina. And I appreciate you so much as well. Oh, Ultra Ego, that's what's up. Okay. That's how you do that. Okay. I see you. You want that spot on the list, and we want you to be able to get whatever insight you need as well. Smara, Reiki, definitely, definitely great. So this is a thing as well. It's very good for attuning the body, and it also attunes the subconscious mind as well. That's one of the benefits of Reiki. It does supercharge as well the actual cells. So be intentional when you are sort of like listening to the Reiki music, whatever it is that you're kind of like trying to move through. That because Reiki is essentially sort of like I guess reformatting the chi. So the energy that is also sort of like feeding your cells and permeating from your cells at the same time. It's a little bit of a reciprocity type of dynamic. It's a give and take, the yin and yang, essentially. It's an infinity thing, energy kind of like moving, right, in its own vortex. That would be your orbit. With this space, you being intentional about some of the things that you're looking to heal, some of the things that you're basically sort of like transcending from, definitely useful for that. I literally felt my cells vibrating on their shifts, utilizing Reiki music. So it's definitely useful. So good one. Love that for you. Okay. Okay. Okay, Ari, I see you. I'm going to come into the space. Nice to hear. I like Chicago for you as well, to be fair. Dallas is also nice. Dallas is also nice. I think you'd fit in nicely there as well. I think it depends on what version of you, because there are two completely different versions of you in those two dynamics. But we'll get around to it, I guess. We're gonna sort of work with a new list in the meantime. I'm gonna get Smurra's reading out because she was first on the list. She was already here as well, so her question's already up on the screen. Okay, let's go and dive into it. So. Okay. Samara wants to know about the space between her and Gianni. Okay. What are we working? Okay, thank you. Okay. Sorry, I'm getting clarity on the cards. Right. Okay. Ash, Sammy. There we are. Okay, there we are. Done. New list. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We'll probably have to just kind of like make our way around it. And sorry that Rika missed the opportunity as well. That seems to be like she gets those tides every so often. But hey, I guess God's like, I'm still playing that one out. You don't need to know all the details on that. We'll save that for another time. All good. Okay, perfect. Let's go and dive into it, guys. So yeah, and I see that, and I see the two. I think it was Rika right at the end, and I think there was somebody else as well. Um, yeah, yeah, I think that that list, the new list, is fair. That part, we might have to just rejig. It's fine. I guess the guys kind of like one whatever. Ricky, that part as well. Ricky has the same cycle as well, where Ricky misses the opportunity. They're close, but not like in. So that's how the tide kind of goes for them half the time. So that was good on the intuition. Them, those two seems to be like, yeah, those cycles keep getting them those waves. All right. So now that we've got the list reformatted, we're going to go and dive into it. Let's go and answer Smara's question, guys. We want to start with Ricky's feelings. Let's see. What are his feelings towards our girl Smara? That part, girl. I'm telling you. We're like, come on, come to shore. And the tides are just taking them out, And they're like, I want my question answered. But hey, that's just how it is. So it still works out. That part, exactly. 100%. To be fair, I like this. And usually I miss it. Oh, oh. Hey, Libra world. How you doing? It's unfortunate. Well, tonight is your night on the, I guess, the moment that the two got poured out into the natural tides. It just seems to be like a rhythm for them. This was your opportunity. So somebody else who had been in the outskirts of those tides got brought in, and we're happy to have you, Ultra Ego. You're probably going to have to wait a while because you're at the end of the list, and Mama takes a minute. But we're happy to have you, like, in the mix and in the fold of it. Okay? Ultra, they've been in here in that part. I'll put the list. I'll put like the memo out. I guess I'll like put the stream out, and then all of a sudden I come back in, and I'm like, okay, the list is full. That's what we're doing. It's gonna be one of those nights. All right, but it's all good. Okay, okay. Talk to me. The list is already made. Before I even get here. But I love it. I love it. Honestly. Like we come in, we know what time it is. This is interesting. Smart girl. I want to get some understanding. Talk to me. Okay. 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 Thank you. All right, now put it into context for me then. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Oh, it's gonna be a minute before it's your turn, girl. But we will let you know. Don't worry. I'm not even trying to tell you. I'm just being honest. I want to like set realistic expectations. Okay, you saw how long we're like 20 minutes in, and I'm just getting into the first reading. So, you know, but we'll definitely let you know, beautiful. Do your thing. Don't worry about it. So, that part, that part, Mina. Thank you. My people, my people. I'm glad that y'all know. And honestly, it's a whole vibe. Don't worry. Like we hang. Usually, that's why it's all we can hang out because then we can like chill. But here we are on a Monday night, nonetheless. Um, exactly that beautiful. It's like the guys are like, "Girl, it's your turn. Showtime." 100%. It's always so funny because then when I'm like about to move on to the other person, the guys are like, "Nah, you better get my person." I made sure they got on the list. I need them to hear this. So you do always get your slot, to be fair, to some degree. Okay. It depends on how urgent the message is for your guys to get like their point across for whatever information it is that, it's on your heart. It depends on how much you want it, basically. If it's something that you can do without, they're like, okay, we'll kind of like let that one sit and let it play out for a little bit. Smara. Okay. Exactly. The guides are like, yes, it's your turn. It's showtime. They know. Um, it's interesting, Smara, because what I see with the situation, right? That's why I was like unpacking it for a little bit, girl, because I was like, okay, speak to me about it. What you mean? So first I saw that he was being stealthy about the possibility of a reunion, which is why I was like, okay, talk to me. But then as I unpacked it, it was like he's not looking to make that decision anytime soon, essentially, right? He's not necessarily, he's still in a place of indecision as far as like whether this is a soulmate connection. He's still undecided, I guess, if that's something. But it's strange because I think it's still in the back of his mind at the same time as well. I think there's still just a little bit of guilt as well. I think it's not as much as it was. I think time has been a healer in terms of that aspect of it. So I think that his guilt has kind of subsided, but I think he's probably still at around about like between 34 to 29% of guilt that he's still kind of like working through. So I think that those are some of the factors where he sometimes does, I guess, have second thoughts. I think he has regrets about how he handled you in the situation. I think he's finally sort of like, not finally, but it feels a little bit like there is some remorse there. Because I don't know, not that I don't know if there was remorse there, but it was very minimal. It wasn't like a good 55% where I'm like, okay, this warrants changed behavior. It was still kind of like in the mid 30s as well. So it seems like he's kind of, yeah, he's feeling some guilt there. And he's pondering if he wants to be able to sort of like reach out. I think he feels like he has some regrets, but it was just the way that things had to play out, and he doesn't know if he should, because he's still not changed. I think I think that's why he's indecisive, because he's like, oh, well, he still wants to practice the behavior. I don't think that he is ready to kind of like settle down just yet. And I think that that's one of the things that is like keeping him moving forward along this trajectory, to be honest with you. I think because of the fact that there's so much tension around the situation. That's why, I guess. Sorry. They are giving me jokes. My nan, she is giving me jokes. Okay, so he's not ready to mature, beautiful. It's funny because the way that she's putting it across to me, and she's very adamant in terms of the way that she's communicating it as well. He's on his F boy ish. Okay, that's just he's still got a lot of that genetic sequence to kind of like move through. And because as well, it's kind of like to some degree it's glorified in society as well. So it kind of supports the behavior, if you will. So he doesn't necessarily feel ready, I guess, to be able to let go of that type of behavior. Um, they're like, you're not necessarily, it's not to say that you're not missing out on much. Guys, don't be so like about it. They said it's true, you're not missing out on much. I'm sorry. They are straight shooting with it tonight, beautiful. And I'll tell you why. Okay. Why you're not missing out on much is because right now he lacks direction. Okay. I'm like trying to be able to give it to you. If I wish that you guys can like hear like the actual downloads as they come through, because in transition to what I give, half the time like I have to be nice about it as well, because like my great grand, like she's my gatekeeper, so a lot of the information comes through her to me. And honestly, she's such a straight shooter. She was a Leo. Okay. She just tells it like it is. So I have to find my words. And she's Jamaican. So I have to find my words. Okay, to be able to like put it to you guys in, especially when it's like coming to me through clear audience and as opposed to like clairvoyance as well, because they're showing me a lot of stuff in terms of his movements and stuff, and they're like breaking it down to me. She's like, this is why, like, he's still got these f-boy antics, he's still got these f-boy vibes, like it's just a waste of her time. Tell her don't worry about it. It's just a waste of her time. So my love, the thing about it is, like, I think he at the minute is still quite he still has a little bit of reservations about being in a committed situation, right? The restrictions for him isn't necessarily something that he's prepared for. He doesn't really want to work towards somebody else's dynamics, right? And I think those are some of the things as to why they're just like, look, there's so many variables of incompatibility with the situation. I'd say check out. You've got his birthday. Do a rough estimate of like, if you know his birthday, do a rough estimate of like his chart and do a chart comparison and see what the compatibility may be like for you two. Because they're like, they're saying to me that might give you some clarity, but they're also like, you'll kind of like see that the compatibility isn't. How's the compatibility dynamic? Percentage wise, did it give you like a good little percentage and like break down to you some of the areas that you guys can sort of work on? This is why y'all are my people as well. This is why y'all are my people. Okay, that was it. They were saying to me it was like between sort of like the 46 to like 54, with the possibility of elevating to at the most between 59 to 63 percentile. Um, in terms of certain work that could potentially be done in this kind of climate. But he's not a willing participant. He doesn't necessarily want the weight, I guess, of a relationship. Um, I think he likes the idea of it, but as far as like the reality, I guess it's a little bit underwhelming for him, to be fair. He still has like some stuff to get out of his system. That's probably the best way that I can put it. Let's see in terms of actions. Let's see in terms of actions, because I can see that he was like contemplating certain things. So, in terms of his moves, okay. All the doors, checking all the doors, okay. Oh my God. Okay. Right. So, a few of the things, I guess, that I was getting in the dynamic is that he's still sort of like playing games. In essence, it's just the way that he is in terms of his characteristics at the minute. Yeah, still playing games. She was just like, he's out there playing games with someone else. Like, he's there doing his stuff for the most part, but his actions, yeah, still the walking away story. Still the walking away story. It's interesting because we've got a woman walking away and we've got the man being deceptive, right? And we've got sort of like the yin and yang, just kind of like this. We literally spoke about this emotional sort of like process that you go through. Libra moon, we just kind of like unpacked those aspects of it, right? Just it being the reciprocity of the energy. But I think he's a little bit embarrassed as well, to be fair. I think because he has some regrets, I think that there is a little bit of just a little bit of embarrassment that's there as well. And I think that he's a little bit on edge, if you will. There would be like apologies and having to come into the space being vulnerable, and like I just don't think that he's prepared to really be there, essentially. So yeah, that's the thing with the situation. But I think there's other, I guess, ladies that he's kind of got his focus on anyways. And it's interesting because he's kind of like battling with these feelings internally as well, because he hasn't resolved any of this stuff. He's just continued with his behavior as if that's going to help anything. That's how he got himself into this in the first place. It's interesting, right? Because his thing is being stealthy about, right? Renee's gonna sort of come back in, I guess. I asked him if we were lucky enough to find someone else, if you were lucky enough to find someone else. And he said, I shouldn't ask. Yeah. Yeah. What vibe do you get from him? What vibe do you get from him? It's interesting. Yes. You're good, Ari. You're good. He sees my story from time to time. Yeah. He's I wouldn't necessarily say found someone else, but he's keeping his options open. I think he has an attraction, but he doesn't really want. I think he wants something that isn't going to be serious anytime soon, and that's the pace that he's comfortable with. How long was the cycle for you guys? Remind me. When did you guys sort of like get into this, in the words of Jada, entanglement? Emotionally or otherwise, right? Okay, Ari's next. Look at that. Moved right up the list. I don't know where. Ash. Okay, yes. Okay. Foxy's next. Ethereal. I don't know. I think I saw Sammy at some point as well. Did I not? I'm sure I did. Maybe I made that up. Oh, maybe I'm confusing Sammy with Smara. We started talking romantically since January. Okay. Dang. And it already got this chaos. Oh, Mercury retrograde. Did we have Mercury? Sorry. I think he came in during a retrograde, the Mercury retrograde, right? Must have been. This is like that relationships that comes in during Mercury retrograde tend to be like, it's kind of like a non-starter. You kind of start, but it's kind of like that car that continues to do that like for a really long time, to just kind of like seed out all of the unhealthy stuff that, yeah, Mercury retrograde. Okay. Makes sense. Okay, so you guys are kind of like purging bad behaviors. You're getting the opportunity to kind of like update your emotional processing because he's a part of your romance class. Okay, this is interesting. Interesting. Right, guys. What's the advice for our girl Smara then in navigating? Tell me with the cards, okay? Because you need to work on your kindness, Ma. Sorry, sidebar. She's so raw tonight. She is so raw tonight. But I think that these are some of the things that the guides are like really trying to sort of like put across as well. Like everything's just being very final. Yeah. They're almost like screaming at me like I don't want to say like you can do better, but you can do better, I guess, in other cases. Um, he's seeing other people. I wouldn't say someone. I think he has an attraction in particular, but he's seeing other people. He's still keeping his options open, for the most part. Yeah. I mean, he's just continuing the same behavior with somebody else, essentially. Other people, I should say, really, but someone else. Because somebody else now thinks that they're catching feelings for somebody who's emotionally unavailable to just them and isn't at the place where they can give a monogamous situation to them, which is what they're looking for. So, yeah. Show me. What's the advice for our girl Smara in navigating through the situation with Journey? Thank you. Okay. Put that into context for me then. I know, but like, put that into context for me. I get it, right? But put it into context for me so that she can sort of like get something from this. Like, it's not just about being so direct, it's not just about delivering information. Can you guys work on your delivery for tonight as well, please? And thank you. Sidebar again, y'all. So, yeah, put it into context for me, right? I get it. He's avoiding responsibility, and it's like, what does this mean though? Okay. Thank you. Okay. You know how they tell me all the time about my delivery and use my kind words, and y'all need to practice what y'all preach. it's it's so blunt. Like it's like definitely giving me Queen of Swords energy at the minute. I don't know, like maybe being like cooped up for the couple of weeks because we've been flowing where I didn't get any like cycle or anything for weeks, so they could just like give it, give it, give it. Now they're just coming in and it's just raw. But yeah, I think there may, I guess, be space there. The no isn't a firm no at the minute, I guess, is kind of like where you are with certain situations. But they're saying be careful with that, right? Because I get it. You understand the dynamics of some of the things that you do kind of have to go through with him coming in during a Mercury retrograde cycle. He does have um, some behavioral issues, I guess, when it comes to being in a committed situation. He struggles with that. But I think they're saying that for the most part, it's not a hard no, but just be careful for the most part, okay? Because I don't think he's ready for what you're looking for, but it depends on what you're looking for as well, if that's changed. Like, he's not ready to kind of like, I guess, think about a relationship. I think he just kind of has to find himself in a relationship. Um, but it has to be like in a very unconventional context, unfortunately, because I think he still has some resistance to just being restricted. He just doesn't like it. He doesn't like the thought of being tied down. I can't be with him if he still flirts around. Well, that's just what it is, girl. This is why they were being so blunt with the situation, right? And I feel like she's partially sort of like saying to me as well to kind of like just tell you to sort of like move on in essence, and open your space for something else. Um, yeah, just because it's kind of like hopeless, just in terms of where you guys are. You guys are just at different places at the minute. Um, yeah, what's the funny thing? Put it out there, beautiful. It's interesting. Is there somebody new coming into the space during the thing? He flirts around, but he doesn't get intimate. That's interesting. That's interesting. So he just likes to be able to stroke his ego a little bit, feel like he's doing the lad thing. Because I feel like a lot of this behavior is programs from societal pressures for him personally. I don't think it's a conscious thing. I don't think he realizes for the most part. His actual morale is a lot nicer of a guy. This is kind of like a little bit of a facade that he puts on, unfortunately. I know, and I get that. I get that. I get that because he's beneath the mask that he wears to basically like fit the who he thinks he should be or needs to be accepted in other spaces. He's actually a pretty decent guy. That's my mama, y'all. Bear with me. She'll probably pop in here in a minute. If he had sex with everyone, I would not deal with him And I hear you there, beautiful. I hear you there. So I get why it's not really like a firm no. Mm, yeah, and I get that. I get that. I think it's one of those things for the most part. You're going to have to figure out how you would be able to navigate through the space, knowing that this is something that he kind of needs at the minute to be able to feed this part of his ego because it's stemming from insecurities. Um, so I think that's something that, hey, mama, here she is, y'all. Just like I said. Oh, you're funny, mommy. But yes, I think a lot of it stems from him just kind of being in a place where I just don't think he's necessarily all the way ready to mature into a relationship just yet. I think he has his own anxieties in that type of space as well. Um, so I think it's one of those things where you've got to. No, that's my mum. The auntie comment is just to be polite, I guess. Yeah. That's my Marjay, Ari. Yeah. But yeah, she just finished up. I told y'all she was gonna pop in and come and check out. But it's something that you're gonna have to like give it some time. You're gonna have to give him some time to like let it right because he still has some stuff to do in terms of his own personal work in that way. So I think it's up to you what you're doing with the situation. I think you decide what patience you have to be able to sort of navigate through this space as well. And bear in mind, it will be tested and stuff like that as well. He's still working on his communication skills because he's just very evasive. It's sometimes it can be a bit challenging to be able to like get a clear answer. So yeah, I think for the most part, it's not a hard no. I mean, it is. It's not a hard no. Sorry. I was trying to deliver the information. Yeah, it's not a hard no. So I guess the door is somewhat ajar, I guess. But yeah, I let him do his thing and I'll try to do better if I find better. I like that. I like that for you. I like that for you. I think that gives both of you guys enough breathing space to be able to see if what you want is available on the shop floor at the minute. Clean up on aisle 6, please. And then you guys kind of like get to decide there. It's one of those things where you guys are just kind of like at different places at the minute. So yeah, it's one of those things, but do what you need to do, mama. Who have we got next on the list? Ari. Yes, girl. Am I biracial? I am a mixture of a few things. In God's grace, God needed some genetics up in this human right here. I was like, what? Give it to me. Bam, bam, bam. But yeah, I've got a few little genetic sequences going on in this little shell here, this avatar. That's okay, Smara. Thank you for putting the question out there, beautiful. There's a lot going on in this space and it's super, super confusing, I guess. Even like for him in this space, because I think if he like drops the facade of who he thinks he needs, he thinks he should be, I think that, how we were speaking about percentage of compatibility. I think that would be in the higher end of the potential of success in terms of compatibility if he were to be that guy who he actually is versus the guy that he pretends to be, basically. Okay. My life all the way off track. I'm responding from 20 minutes ago. Oh, damn. See, that's why we be so. Oh. That part. Okay, I'm telling you, very. And I have to like soften the textures. I know I figured because I have those conversations. I'm like, damn. I don't know if you got to the bit where we had to reevaluate the way that we're going to be moving through the channel and the deliveries for the night, because come on, gentle. Yes, those are gentle words. That's what she says to me. Snap. That part. Okay, so Ari, you are next, mama. Absolutely. Absolutely. Trust me, the grandparents, sometimes they stand the closest. Okay. They stand the closest because, like, we're their prized possession, like their hope for the generation. Like, for me, because basically, like, especially like when there's an activation within the family, like my great grandmother, she obviously was the activation, but from that point of activation up to 4 generations later is really where the optimization, the genetic sequence really starts to like reveal itself and the potential. Oh, Sammy, look at that. Not Sammy, Ash, just because I saw Sammy when you were thinking. Yeah, I'm sure she's going to get back in time just like you did, girl. Look at that. We're literally about to go on to Ari. So, yeah, it's going to be your turn next. My grandma is watching over my family 100%, 100%. Both my grandmas are deceased, unfortunately. They earned their wings, mama. Like the human experience is so amazing, short-lived, but so amazing. And you get to sort of like earn your wings and, get up to another level as well in spirit. So they earned their wings, man. My mom's side and my grandma on my dad's side, but I never met my grandma on my dad's side. She still walks with you. Trust me, there's like so many family members that I've like met in spirit because I'm a weirdo like that. Like, I will literally sit, because sometimes I'm getting a download and I'm like, I don't know you. You're a new spirit. Who are you? Okay, thank you for the download. But it feels like nice energy. So I know it's like an angel speaking, like not fallen angel, not the demons, because their voice is different. They speak different. They're more suggestive thoughts as opposed to a download. My brother still has his grandma, but she still looks out for me. Oh, that's nice. At least you get the experience as well and all that. Like, she's my grandma too, and I love that. There you go. 100%. God is always blessing us abundantly, which is always so amazing. Yeah, trust me, it's definitely like that generation. They're just like, pow pow. They're like, they're just taking bodies out, lashes with the tongue. I'm telling you, so many scars, like so many scars. Okay, so let me. Okay, beautiful. Let me put the link out there. There you go. Okay, so Ari says, so for Chicago, can you tell me the details about my life there? If I move there, love life, social life, etc. Will I like it more than the other cities I'm considering? So it's different. I think that Chicago would be the easiest place for you to start as the version of you now, and move into the version of yourself. I think that's probably the easiest timeline, basically. Looking at the variables of others, this already has a great starting point. Like, as you are, vibrationally, you match the space well. Social life, in that sort of setting, I think you take a minute. I'm not going to lie. I think you take a minute to be able to sort of like find your tribe a little bit. But that's just because you're still sort of like adjusting. There's like a good 6 to 9 months period of adjustment on that timeline for you. 7 months in, you really start feeling like you've got the hang of things. I think you start meeting people around about that time, like 6 to 7 months in is where you start to feel like you're meeting people that you want to continue to be. Because don't get me wrong, like you'll meet some people. Hi, Ijaz. The list is closed, my love. You can stick around if anybody misses their slot. That's the only thing that I can advise, but the donation list is open as well. Okay. But yes, so with the social life situation, because like you'll meet people, but then it's like, oh, they don't really click, or they don't really get me. I don't really like their vibe. Like, it takes some time to find your tribe, like I said. But when you do, it's like chill vibes, nice hangout situations, good work-life balance for the most part. Good work-life balance. Not too expensive, because I think that was the next thing. That they were about to, I don't know if you've started to sort of like look in that area to sort of like see what the living situation could potentially be in terms of like cost of rent. I do see you, yeah, I do see you with one other roommate. And the space is okay. They're cool, but you're a bit more of a bubbly personality. They're a little bit, they can be sometimes a little bit monotone. They can be a little bit monotone sometimes. Yeah, usually is the case where I don't click with people, but I'm more extroverted. That's it. That's precisely it. It's your bubbly personalities. They're a little bit more monotone in terms of the dynamics, but they like the mix of having you in their space. I think that it would be a good compliment, I guess. Yes, I definitely look. It can be expensive, but not compared to other big cities, 100%. That's precisely it. That's precisely it. That's why the whole roommate dynamic situation as well, sort of in there. I think it gives you the opportunity to be able to be a little bit more flexible, right? So this is why I said about like the friend thing as well. Yes, you've got the roommate there, but friendship's a different thing for you, right? Like you want to be able to do things with your friend and stuff like that. Whereas your roommate is a little bit more of, I wouldn't say, yeah, they're a bit of an introvert, I guess, in that sort of in that sort of dynamic. They're a bit of a homebody as well. So um yeah, I think they like you guys hang out from time to time every so often. And I think having you in their space would actually help them to grow a little bit in their, like, because they tend to be quite shy. I think it seems like that's their thing. Um, so they just kind of like keep to themselves for the most part. But yeah, I think you in that space seems to be pretty well. I see you being able to date there quite freely once you make these friendship connections as well, because there's always a mutual friend who knows someone who knows someone, and it's very easy to start kind of like yeah, yeah, you do want to have and need to have one in the dynamics as well, to be able to sort of like get the sort of flexibility that you want in terms of lifestyle as well, right? Because then you're not working all the time constantly just to pay bills and stuff like that. At least you have enough of a flexibility to be able to go out and do stuff and still live like really nicely, to a standard that you'd be happy with as well. So it doesn't feel like too exhausting, but it'll be overwhelming from time to time, to be fair. I think there's a little bit of an adjustment period. That's why I said that the 6 to 9 months. 7 months is really where it feels like, okay, I'm starting to get the grips of this. And like I've got this, and it's all kind of like got a rhythm going now. Um, no, definitely beautiful, definitely. And I think that that's the thing though, because they seem to be the deciding factor, thank you, to you and them is the location of the property itself, the costs of the property, and like because it's very homey the way that they've decorated and stuff. So those are some of the factors that actually sort of like pulled you in, and you like that aspect, and you like the dynamics of that situation. But they just seem to be like somebody that's just generally quite to themselves for the most part. That's just the way that they are. They do have social situations, you know, they do sort of like go out and stuff, but I think that they're just a little bit focused. They're a little bit focused. That's probably the best word that I can put it. They're in tunnel vision. They may potentially sort of be a student themselves, because I see that this is probably why as well they're not as sociable, because I don't know if time's a factor that they do have. But yeah, I think the actual like socializing outside of that space as well, though, touching in on that, because that's really where romance can actually develop, right? The friendships that you make will also sort of like comes with, oh, you should meet this person, or oh, like I think this person you would really get on, and those types of conversations, I guess, will kind of like give you the opportunity to, you know, have the options laid before you, if you will. Let's go ahead and go into the cards and unpack some stuff. So, Chicago, guys. Let's have a look and see. That was nice. I didn't even realize that we didn't even. They're like, oh, and I want to say something as well. Okay. Okay. Oh. Okay. Interesting. um, they're saying be mindful as well. I think it's a case of like over the course of the first, yeah, over the course of the first few months, it's a case of like being mindful not to rack up too much debt, I guess. the move and then having to adjust and settle in and find the right sort of situation. Moving to Chicago, would your job be able to relocate? Because I wanna understand about this debt situation. Hey, Charlie Mama. I think I heard something about you. I think it was when was it? Last weekend, not this weekend gone. I think it was roughly around the weekend when I was like traveling on my 2024 timelines. Yeah. Yeah. I hope you're good, beautiful. It's like, oh, okay, interesting. Um, okay, your job would your job allow you to okay. I'm trying to get a different job currently though, but most likely I'll be able to relocate. Okay, good. Good, good, good. Okay, that's good. Because that is definitely one of the dynamics of the situation. Oh, no, definitely beautiful. I've missed you too. I thought about you. I was like, oh, interesting. Because I was like navigating through my 2024 timeline downloads, and then you were sort of like in the waves of thoughts. I sensed you in there as well, and I was like, oh, like it was interesting because I was like, yeah, we'll see how that sort of like unravels itself. I was saying to like when I saw you in the channels, I was like, tell her to check in. So thank you. That was quick delivery of information. Let me see how she's doing. So nice to see that you're good, beautiful. Um, I kind of want to do something in the fashion industry too. Not fashion designing though. Fashion designing is a lot of work. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Renee. I'm considering moving in the spring months, March at the earliest and June at the latest, even though June is more so summer. Yeah, yeah. I think that's a nice I think that's a nice timeline for you, I guess. Because I think between April to May is really where that becomes highly probable to the point of being a possibility. Um, I definitely don't want to wait past June. I don't think you have to. I think it's just a case of like organizing things the way that it's going to work for you. I like you in Chicago. I like you in Chicago, Ari. I think that's a nice fit for you. I think you, as you are, sort of like blends fairly well and okay. Um, yeah, yeah. Hmm. That part as well, because I think your social, one of the things that I saw was you sort of like hanging out with a couple of friends for coffee and stuff like that as well. So there's definitely lots of other stuff as well, you know? Um, I like that one for you though. I think that one's going to be, like I said, in terms of like the lifestyle that you want to live as well. I think that that will be a nice little situation for you. Definitely. 100%. Oh, yes. They certainly relayed the message. I have seen your post for sure is da 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 a million times. Normally I don't. No, you're good. You are good, beautiful. Hey, Aurora. Free list is closed, my love. You can stick around and see if anybody misses their slot. Um, yeah, donation list is also open as well. Um, I've had someone move from LA to Chicago, and they said What did they say, girl? Because the chat and went so quick. They said that even in the dead of winter with ice and slush, I wouldn't move back to LA. Like, damn. LA is that bad. I think it depends. There's just different factors. It's a very hard, like, okay, so it's a very hard place to survive. That's all it is. It's just like different environments have different levels of survival. LA is just one of those places. You would have to find the right place to actually be able to survive. Otherwise, you literally just like work and live like a dog. For the average person. Okay. So yeah. LA ain't all that part. Okay. I had an impulse to be in California years ago, but it wasn't going to be long term because I got impulses for other places too. Oh hell yes! Listen. I'm going to open my what's it called over in LA eventually. This is probably in the 10-year plan. Once I get my little retreat going in JA with the little weed calf. I know it's all legal out there as well because I'm educating out there. Everybody's like constantly complaining about money and they're always high. So we're going to go into some education, okay, about money management. Okay, and how, if you're going to be smoking, how to utilize like the ability to sort of like receive downloads because you're in a trance state. So technically, even if you're not the best at being able to sort of like intuitively receive your channels, like if you've altered your state, don't waste your moment, I guess, to not be so attached to your ego, because that's essentially what it is. That's all right. I'll wait for some time, but I'm a little anxious now. I talk about my situation with you, even if you aren't going to read me. You can put some stuff out there. Listen, we're a very helpful bunch, okay? You can put some stuff out there. However, you'll probably have to sort of like wait for me to get into a space, I guess, where I have the ability or flexibility to be able to dive in. It's bad when even during worst parts of winter, you wouldn't want to move back. That part, okay, 100%. LA is probably better to visit, 100%. That part, 100% to visit, not to live permanently. There's just, I think if you are in a certain position, it can be a lot better in terms of like a living situation, but overall it's a lot tricky navigating it. All good, Shaylee. Where are we? Renee. I despise snow so bad because my hometown didn't have snow like that, but now it does. So California and Las Vegas was my impulses. But it shifted again. Yeah. Listen, I'm trying to sort of like get myself based at a few different locations across the globe, okay? I'm going to be running to catch the sun wherever the sun is existing during that period of that time of the year. That's my plan, okay? That's how I want to spend my retirement. A few holiday homes in different locations, right? So, the guidance is Chicago is looking good. Okay. What do you guys sort of say to Ari? Let's get it on the cards, guys. On this situation, Chicago. What's the feedback for our girl Ari? Oh, they said you don't have to compromise on this one. This situation will improve. Yeah. Okay. Okay. It's a pretty good yes. It's a pretty good yes. Um, Las Vegas is too hot. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That part too. I don't want it too hot. Listen, I want it just like Goldilocks did. Okay, I want it just right. I don't want it too hot or too cold. It needs to be just right because both can cause its own issues. I'll probably be bored of moving to a place with no seasons. That part. That part. But I love me um, the locations that I'm looking at. So that's going to be fun. I love like new cultures and stuff like that. Um, Hopefully, I'll find true love in Chicago. Well, that's the thing. You'll definitely get the opportunity to meet like nice people that you're attracted to. Because I think that that's the thing that are also attracted to you. Because I think that's the thing. You meet this person, they recommend that person. Like I said, this is where it's easy for you to be able to sort of, have options to decide from, right? But yeah, that part. Perfect, but exactly. Okay. Trying to get that vitamin D. I've got my heater on at the minute because we've now gone into autumn. So yeah. As much as like I love to just get snug during this season, I also don't necessarily like the cold. And neither does my joints. My joints definitely don't appreciate it. My joints are like, oh my God, my avatar is getting old. Okay. And she's reminding me, like, girl, you might be small, but you're still in your 30s. I was like, oh, snap. I forgot. Oh, I'm telling you. But no, I think you definitely will find, you know, good connections out there. I think it's going to be a good little situation for you. Definitely, for sure. No doubt. Um, so I like that timeline for you as well, beautiful. Like, yeah, I feel like where you've kind of like given yourself the yeah, I don't want to, it's funny, I don't want to say too much, but I think the April, right at the precipice of like April moving into May is like the ripest time for you on that. So yeah, because I think there's lots of things that you would need to start like moving and tweaking and stuff, like the job situation and sorting out some of the other aspects of things. But I like that timeline for you. It's possible and very highly probable during the season of spring. So 100% on that. Right. This kind ideal and turn the heat on low. It's what the hell is that? Um, it's a super cold mess that kicks. Yeah, that part. My joints are like, oh my God, girl, what is this? My joints are like, oh my God, what the hell is this? When did the season change? Oh, snap, I'm telling you. Okay. Oh, Ash. Our girl Ash is in the building. Let's get her. I see, I see. Let's get her on the stage. Let's get your question up. Okay, so Ash said, it's been 24 days since Sean, Mr. Leo, has blocked me. He finally unblocked me a few hours ago. Libra new moon. Lots of new cycles. Loving this Libra new moon, especially because it's a solar eclipse. Doing the most as. A few hours ago and sent a message. Okay. My question is, how is he currently feeling and what and what is he hiding? What is his hidden intentions towards me? Okay, beautiful. Give me the tea, girl. Don't just be quiet over there. We got you on the line.
Hi everyone. Hi, good evening. So, what happened was, remember I
Yeah.
told you I committed sin with the Aquarius,
Yes. Yes.
right? So
Yeah.
apparently when I committed sin, my
Yeah.
womb dropped and I did not know. I had a uterine prolapse. So
Okay.
I was unaware of it until
Okay.
Sean came over, and
Yes.
that's when everything came out that okay, apparently my womb dropped. So
Okay.
Mr. Mana was like, this is not normal,
Yeah.
and he blocked me that same night.
Okay. Okay.
But before he blocked me, he was like asking questions because I did do some upgrades in my room. Like he saw
Mhm.
some new stuff and things, and he was like, "So you got a lot
Yes.
of work?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'll have a lot of chores to do." He's like, "No, I'm not talking about chores. I'm talking about business. Like business wise, you have a lot of you got a lot of work." So I was like, "No, not really. Not out of the usual." So I'm
Yeah.
assuming that as well kind of triggered him into this whole block thing. I'm assuming he was under the impression, okay, well then where's she getting money from? Like
Good part.
apparently she's probably seen somebody else, I'm assuming. So yeah. Should I
Okay.
should I ask what's going on?
What was the message today coming into this space? What's he coming in for?
I
Um,
I honestly did not open it. I just saw the part that he said you good, and I was like, okay. I didn't open it. I just saw that on the thing, but he did message. I guess it's probably hey lady or what's up. I don't know. I just see
yeah.
the you good part, and I was like, huh, interesting.
And then Ash was like,
I didn't
okay,
I didn't I didn't respond because I didn't know how to respond, and I was like, let me find out first from Taro, and then I'll know how to respond after.
I see you. I
Because
think
I
that's
might
what's
say
cracking me up.
something. I
Oh,
might say
snap.
something that I might
Yeah,
regret that. So I'm like,
that part
yep,
two.
let me just ask.
That part
I'm
two. That
asking
part
God.
two. Damn, girl. Okay. Okay,
So
sis.
I guess this live came in at the correct time.
That part.
Everything
I was
happens
literally
very
just thinking that. I was like, oh my God. Like, things got delayed just in time, just enough for Sean's
soon.
message. Like, the guys were like, look, we need immediate
No, because I
response.
was gonna ask you. I was gonna
Yeah.
ask you yesterday why
Yeah.
I was blocked, right? Because he did not block me. Normally, when he blocks me, it's like a week or so. But this was the longest that he has blocked me. So
Well,
I'm
there you
like,
go.
I'm guessing it's over, because I think it was over. But then, boom, I get his message. I'm like, huh, interesting.
They were like, girl, save that question. We got a better one for you. Okay, guys. So, uh, firstly, what are his feelings? What are Sean's feelings towards our girl Ash coming into this space? Because he's just popped up like he's a jack in the box. Like, okay, he's got his emotions in check now. Okay, good, good. Took him what 24 days. Okay, he literally went through an update. Okay, almost a full moon cycle. Interesting. Okay. So, what are his underlying feelings now that he's come back into the space? Oh, mm. This is interesting, right? I'm gonna pull the cards and put them into context, but they're saying to me like he still has some questions. Firstly, oh snap, my laptop is plugged. Well, the charger's there, but it's not plugged in. My bad, y'all. It's a good job it's closed. There we go. I was wondering why did it go dark? I was like, you put the lights out. But no. So, interestingly enough, oh, sorry. I don't know if me bending down kind of like jiggled the channels, but with the him coming back into the space, he still has some questions, right? And I think that's a part of the situation. I think a part of this is that he wants some questions answered and he wants some level of closure to sort of like get some understanding. I think he's kind of like trying to be stealthy about the situation. So he's not, trying to come in and basically just have everything erupt. So both of you guys are being strategical, in terms of the way that you're responding to the situation. I mean, he kind of like retreated for like 24 days with his response, to be able to come back into the space and sort of like let you know where he's at. But interestingly enough, I feel like, he has some feelings of intimidation. He still has some feelings of intimidation. I think he's questioning. You see some of the stuff that you were talking about, like the stuff that's there. He was looking around and he was like trying to understand what had what kind of like shifted, what happened in your circumstances, basically. Um, he still has those questions. He still wants those answers. But I think he is, yeah, it will probably come out like just shady. He will just be shady, I guess. He will still ask the questions and be direct, but it's just, yeah, he's just shady. Because I think he's still got some hurt feelings. Because I think he's kind of like made up his mind about what the situation was, and I guess he felt replaced, and he's processing that. Well, was processing that. I think he's still processing that, but I think he got to the point where there were so many questions that he didn't have answered. It was driving him nuts. So he's here to get some of those questions answered so that he can feel a little bit less nuts and go back to processing depending on what he hears. If it's information he can absorb and take in and process quickly, great. If it's not, you might just get a number block. I'm not gonna lie, sis. Because he's on edge. He's on edge.
Because I'm still wondering why does he even try to reach out? And I'm like, I don't understand. You already blocked me for 24 days. I already made up my mind to move on. And now it's like, boom, he comes back. And I'm like, ah, great. Here we go again.
He feels
You
he's
know?
still got
And
a
the
few
thing is,
questions.
it took him 24 days to come and talk to me about that. He should have just, you know, talked to me in the beginning, but he blocked and then
Yeah.
came back.
Yeah. And do you
And
know what the funny thing
that's
is?
the
In
thing.
his world, he's moving like it's been 3 days.
Huh. Okay. Probably it's 3 days
Mhm.
to him, but I count every freaking day. It was 24. So, and the thing is as well, during
Mhm.
that time, he
Mhm.
has been adding a lot of people on his friends list and
Yeah.
liking photos and stuff. And I'm like, all right, well, I assumed he moved on. So I was like, all right, well, I guess this is time for me to move on. And now he shows back up. So I'm kind of confused. That's why I asked what's the hidden intentions, because I can't ask true intentions. I'm gonna find out what the hidden ones. Because clearly there's something hidden here. And I
Yeah,
know it's the
yeah.
next lesson I have to learn, so I might as well just learn it,
Right?
you know?
Get your get yourself ready, like decide what class it is, make sure you can go and arrive to class on time and ready. I hear you, beautiful. I think he's honestly, it's interesting because I think he's honestly like I said, he was driving himself nuts basically because he just prematurely reacted to the situation with doing the blocking. But I don't think he had like really positive words that he could give you in all honesty. So I think if anything, like he spared you the wrath of his tongue during that climate that he was navigating through internally, to be fair. And it seems like he wasn't necessarily motivated to want to actually like regenerate anything in this space with you, I think. But I think, again, just having the questions looping and looping and looping is just driving him nuts. So I think he's here to sort of like get some questions answered. He's going to be friendly to basically get back in there. But he's going to be quick with the shade, like quick with the shade. Okay, my question to you. Um, can you handle some shade? Like, are you sensitive
What
at the minute?
what
Like,
shade, you know? Sensitive as in finding out
hypervigilant.
certain things.
Well, he Bixby come out of the people them business, man. Sorry, Ash.
Yeah.
Bixby piping up her ears.
I didn't hear what you said. Sorry, I didn't hear
No,
what
no,
you
no.
said.
It's my
Can you
phone,
repeat it?
Bixby. It's my little Bixby on my Android.
Oh,
She be popping up trying to get in on the team. But what I was saying to you on the situation is if he comes back into the space and wants to sort of like have a conversation, where are you on that at the minute?
I will be open to the conversation actually. I have to be
Yeah,
more mature because he's younger than I, so I should be at least to that level listening and hearing him out as to what he has to say. If he asks me a question, I will answer according. But the thing
yeah,
is,
yeah.
during this new sorry, during this blocked period, this block party,
Yeah.
I might say, this block party that he threw all along me,
Yeah.
his neighbor kind of
Mm-hmm.
revealed a few things to me as well, right? So his neighbor,
Mm-hmm.
I found that that secret admirer that I had earlier this year was indeed Sean, um,
Hmm.
pretending to be someone else
Hmm.
and contacted me. So I'm like, okay. I was like in shock, but I found out that. Then the
How
neighbor
do they know that
came.
it's
Well,
Sean?
here's the thing. I had to end up blocking the neighbor as well, because the neighbor was basically insulting me after he found out that Sean and I were together. He was like basically, yeah, insulting me and telling me that Sean doesn't want you. You're just another girl Sean deals with. You know, Sean is gonna throw you away. Like, you're nothing to him. He don't get what he wants. He doesn't want you. He doesn't need you. It's like that. That's what the Nebo was telling me, and I was getting triggered a lot
Yeah.
by that, like
Yeah.
by those statements. And I'm like,
Yeah.
it came to a point where I had to end up blocking the neighbor, and then I unblocked him for some reason, and then he comes back. Up till this morning, he calls me and he's like, I saw your partner this morning. I'm like, okay, well, that's nice, And he's like, Sean doesn't. Up till last night, he was telling me Sean doesn't want you, you know.
Yeah.
And then he told his friends, his neighbors
Mm.
coming and telling me, Sean told his friends about what he has done with me and stuff like that. And the friend came back and told him, and it's like that now. And while he was telling me these things, I realized he was lying about some of this stuff. Like he was making
Mm-hmm.
up stuff along the way just to get me
I
turned
was
off or
just
triggered.
gonna say, like, it seems like he has a leg in the race because he has his own motive. Um, Has he expressed any sort of desire for you, the neighbor?
Yes, he has. He has because he said he continually he calls me my love. Hello, my love. And I'm like, I correct him. I'm like, I'm not your love. You don't even know me that well. How could you possibly love me? You understand? And I'm
Mm,
like, please don't call me that. I don't feel comfortable with you calling me that. Please don't call me that, right?
mm,
And he
mm,
was like, okay, okay. But then he continues to say it, and I get really triggered by that because I don't
mm,
like him in that way, and I don't want
mm.
him to call me in that way. Understand?
Yeah,
But
yeah.
then he comes and he revealed to me why it is he's pursuing me because apparently Sean pretended to be a woman and messaged him. That was sometime last year, I think.
Okay.
And he was under the impression that it was a woman. His name was under the impression, sorry, that it was a woman he was talking to. So he sent pictures of his privates to Sean. Sorry, the woman, not knowing it was
Okay.
Sean. Sean took the
Yeah.
pictures now and sent it out to their friends, his family members, the neighbors. Is working for his family, so everybody, even the boss, saw it. And he wants to take revenge on Sean now by seeing if he could
Okay.
hook up with one of Sean's exes or current love
Okay.
interests. So now that he
Okay.
knows about me and Sean, he's trying
Yeah.
to pursue me and pursue me very heavily, thinking that he will get through, but I
Okay.
am not interested. I told him I don't want to be a part of his scheme and please leave me out of it, but he still just, messages and I'm getting annoyed to the point where I'm going to block him back if he continues because I cannot handle this
Listen, you
thing
guys
that's
are
going
giving a
on.
whole new meaning to block parties. I did
I know,
receive
right?
that
It is ridiculous.
donation, Shana. Sorry, I just saw it. Sorry, Ash. I just scrolled down in the chat, but I did receive the donation. Hopefully, you're still here. But after we finish up with Ash, then we'll get to your donation question. Sorry, I had to put that out there because I didn't realize I just scrolled down
It's
in the
okay.
chat. So this is all very, very like complicated then, in terms of the neighbor. This why did Sean do that with the neighbor? Was he just having a little prank? What's the situation?
I think he was
Like,
he was he was having a prank with the neighbor. He was pranking the
yeah.
neighbor, but it turned out that, but they don't like each other at all anymore. They talk to each other now and then, but they don't like each other. And apparently he blocked the neighbor a week before he blocked me. And the
Okay.
neighbor also told him
Yeah.
that he was talking to me, so I guess he got triggered by that as well. So, you know. And
Okay.
now
So this.
the neighbor is like, I think Sean thinks that I bought you those stuff. And I'm like, yeah,
Mm-hmm,
right. If Sean had to think
mm-hmm,
that, I guess Sean is the most craziest person ever because I didn't ask anybody to buy
mm.
anything. I bought it on my own. But you know.
Well, that's the thing.
But
He's
yes,
back
today
to
I
be
even
able to
went
get
out
some
and bought
Christian
stuff
person. Yeah.
to
Go
heal
on.
my heart. I was like, the only way I'm gonna make myself happy is buy myself stuff. So I went out and I bought stuff for myself to make me happy.
Hell yeah.
Today I'm like, I
Hell yeah.
deserve it. I might as well.
100%.
Spend
100%.
spend
That's
some for
always
myself.
a nice little pick me up, some retail therapy. I think he still is confused about a few things, Sean, which is why he's kind of like trying to come back into the space. I think he unresolved. There was just a lot of unresolved stuff for him. Let me see, intentions wise.
But does
Let's
he
have
have
a
a
little bit.
girlfriend though? Because I know I asked you this before and you said no, he was talking to someone. Um, but the neighbor is like, yeah, he has a girlfriend, and then he's seeing other people, and he's telling me all these things, and I'm like, oh, and by the way, I
Intentions.
realized that
Mhm.
I have some wounds that I did not deal with from my
Okay.
past because what happened
Okay.
was back in
Yeah.
August when Sean
Yeah.
blocked me,
Hmm.
um, I got a dream of my father. right? I
Okay.
dreamt that my
Yeah.
dad um left me and my
Mm-hmm.
mom, and he didn't
Mm-hmm.
take anything with him. He just left, and
Yeah.
he didn't return. And I was like angry because she didn't do anything to stop him or like
Mm-hmm.
look for him or whatever. And I
Yeah.
think a month
Yeah.
passed, and I was like, I can't take this anymore because my dad is not coming back. I told my niece in the
Yeah.
dream that my dad is missing. And she's like, how long he's
Yeah.
missing? I'm like, a month now. And he didn't carry anything with him, so something's wrong. And I started to cry,
Yeah.
and I woke up crying, thinking that my dad was missing, although my dad passed away in 2012.
Yeah.
2012. So now
Mm-hmm.
I got the same exact similar dream a few days
Mm-hmm.
ago where my dad went missing. He told us that he's not coming back,
Mm-hmm.
and my mom didn't do anything about it. I got angry at my mom, and
Mm-hmm.
again I woke up crying. So I'm like,
Yeah.
for me to have this dream repeat itself, clearly I have some wounds that I need to take care of, and I know it's the part where I find it hard to let go. Like
Yeah.
when situations are over, I find it hard to let go.
Yeah.
So I realize that there's still some unresolved issues and wounds that I have to deal with here.
Yeah. How was the relationship when
And
dad was
yeah,
alive?
because this blocking thing, it
Mm-hmm.
has affected me. I mean, this is the
Yeah.
first person I've ever dealt with in my life that I've been invited to a lot of block parties, more than usual. It's been a lot of block parties that I've been
Yeah.
blocked,
Yeah.
and I have a issue with it because I mean, instead of the person talking whatever is bothering them, I'm being blocked, and I can't even talk to them or find out what's going on. I don't know what I've done.
Yeah. When dad was alive, like what was the dynamics of you guys' relationship? Was he present? Was he absentee? Like was it sort of like a weekend situation? What was that? Oh, are we doing the thing where her mic doesn't work and you get Ash? Ah, that happens. Uh, try and go
Today,
out
and
and
now
come
I'm
back in.
wondering what
There
is
we go.
his
There we
hidden
go.
intention.
Sorry, beautiful. I missed a whole part of that. I literally, you just pitched back in.
How to navigate now in this situation. I don't know. Honestly, don't know. Uh,
I literally missed all of it. I'm so sorry, Ash, beautiful. I don't know if you were answering the question, but I literally just got like little snippets every so often. I don't know what was going on. How was the relationship? Was he present? Was he
Hello?
kind of? Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. I think there's a little problem with the internet just now.
It is, yeah, it was just then. But was he present, Dad? Is like when he was alive, what was the situation growing up between 1 to 9?
My dad, actually, my father was a Leo as well. So I
Interesting.
could see the connection with Sean and my dad,
Yeah, yeah,
because they kind of like a little similar in,
yeah,
traits.
yeah,
Um, my dad was a strict man.
yeah,
I was actually afraid of my father. I mean, I love my dad dearly, but he was
yeah,
strict, so
yeah, yeah,
there was no kind of like, parents is be loving to their children and hugs and stuff. Nah, I didn't have.
yeah,
I was scared,
yeah,
basically.
yeah, yeah.
But I love my father, regardless.
Definitely,
I mean, I know
definitely.
that's how they grew up. So my mom is worse than
Definitely.
my dad. By the way, my mom is like totally, yeah. But
No, and I get
when I
you.
was young, when I was younger,
Hmm.
when I was a child, I
Hmm.
had a real close bond with my father because my dad used to take the licks when my mom was trying to beat me. He would try to like hug me and take the licks. And the
Oh,
bond between us kind of grew apart when I
yeah,
started to see my menstrual cycle started,
Yeah, when you
my
become
mom
a
told
woman.
him, and then that's
Yeah.
when our bond kind of separated.
Distance.
He didn't
Yeah.
want to, I realized when she told him that, he just kind of like, kept his distance. So I'm like,
Yeah.
so to a point, I do blame my mom for that. I mean, because my dad and I was really
Mm.
close to that. He used to call me doll. He used to say
Yeah.
doll, and I actually miss my father a lot. I miss
Oh.
my dad. Seriously, I do miss my dad.
Yeah. No,
I
definitely.
My mom is I love my mom too, but as I said, she's really strict, more strict than my father, and she's
Mhm.
more loving to my brother. And as I
Yeah.
said, it's just like a few years back for my
Mm.
birthday, she actually hugged me out of nowhere and said, I love you. I know you think that I don't, but I actually do. And I was in shock because I was like, huh, I didn't think so, but thanks for confirming that you love me because I don't feel it. But you
Yeah.
know,
Yeah. Well,
there.
love's a verb. It's not just a noun to sort of like name a feeling half the time. And I think sometimes that's forgotten. But I think as well, like obviously, like you said, it's just a different generation because I know exactly what you mean with the dynamics of what you're speaking about there. I think obviously that's just something that unfortunately once the girl starts a cycle, the men don't necessarily know how to navigate that because they're like, oh snap, she's a whole woman. What do I do? So then it gets a little bit weird for them to be able to sort of like navigate the situation, to be fair. Um, but yeah, I think mum had to share with him. I know obviously it because I felt the same way when my mum like shared my personal information, which is what it felt like. But and I had the same situation. Obviously, I grew up with parents from the Caribbean as well. Experienced the similar dynamic because mom was more of the disciplinarian, but dad just had to speak and say something. And I just, you know, address and adjust my behavior. So I completely understand you there. I think you, when we're sort of like dealing with some disconnect wounds, because it might have like it might come with abandonment wound side effects as well. So sort of like the wound itself would probably be like disconnect. It would derive from disconnect, but like the best way that I can put it, like when you have a wound, you've got like the outer layer just around the edges. Round the edges would be like just little remnants of abandonment, sort of like which would then have little within that as well would then have little areas around it of some anxiety. The attachment style might be very anxious as a consequence, I guess, of some of these things, the disconnect. um, how old were you when that disconnect started to occur, like when the cycle started and that pulling away started to sort of
I
happen?
was I was around nine
Okay.
going into 10.
Okay. Because usually I thought it's interesting because I asked you about like how was things for you between 1 to 9. Because usually I'd ask about 1 to 7, but it's interesting because 9 was the turning point for you in that case. Okay. It might be a good time to sort of like work through some of the stuff there in that particular situation. Another thing as well, being able to sort of like work through that, what I can say is that, and I know it's kind of like a little bit cliche, but life obviously doesn't end after the body. One of the best things that I ever did was continue my relationship with my dad in spirit. He's a much better dad now in spirit than he was live, and he will be fine with me saying that. He himself has admitted it to me. He himself is like apologized that it took him like getting onto the other side to actually like learn how to father his children. So I there's still room for you to be able to heal from some of those things, is what I want to say. I want to encourage you to kind of like have some of the difficult conversations. Like one of the things that I did, I wrote it was like a 10-minute long poem because I just kept writing and writing and writing for days on days on days, like just emotions that one had to like just release. Basically, tapping into that space of pain around that relationship and just like getting those words out of you. And it helps to sort of like when I did do that, and as I did that, I continued to build a different relationship as well moving forward. So I think there's a few things that you can, I think forgiving mum as well for her part, I guess, in the disconnect will also help to not only strengthen your relationship with, I guess, dad in his new phase of life, but also it would actually really help with your relationship with mum, because I think it also gives you an opportunity to be able to have a different sort of relationship with her as well, where you guys might, because I think a lot of it between you guys is actually misunderstanding each other.
You're right,
And
actually. It is a misunderstanding because she like
guys, come on, man. What's
said,
up with
you know,
this? Oh, Ash, I'm not gonna the signal's gone again. It's gone a little bit. I can't hear you for some reason, Mama.
you hear me now?
I can hear you now. There we go. And guys, can we hold a steady channel, please? Thank you. Go on.
Yeah, I was telling you that you're right. My mom and I, we do have misunderstandings. She does accuse me of things that I don't even do, and
Mm,
I for spite, I just tell her, yeah, you're right. Actually did all
mm,
those things and more.
mm,
And she gets
mm,
pissed off a lot by that.
mm. Yeah, I think it is really sort of like a lot of misunderstandings as well. And I think without her realizing, like she's projecting a lot of her own sort of like situation. Like I think she tells a story or has this story about her upbringing of her being a little bit of a black sheep sort of situation. Um, so I think she's kind of perpetuating and projecting a lot of thoughts on you from that
Yeah.
place, I guess. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Okay. I think definitely this is a great opportunity for you in that case, like with it being the Libra new moon and it's a solar eclipse as well. This season, when was it? Saturday, Sunday, Monday. We're still in like the last little bit of the energy. You can like throw an intention over, okay? Because the first 72 hours are the ripest, and the 72 hours leading up to the moon is the ripest time to really be able to sort of like plant your seeds. Still sort of have the ability to manifest. It's just it may take a little bit more time and see some more resistances and delays, depending on how soon you sort of like do certain things as well. So I'd say definitely writing some stuff, getting some stuff out, whatever format works for you. Like I said, mine was poetry because my stuff was just rhyming. So I just thought, okay, let's make this a poem. But I think with whatever process it's going to take for you to really be able to kind of like that 9-year-old girl, like she misses her dad. She misses her dad before the transition of her dad. And I think that it's not even sort of like the loss of like the physical representation there as well. I think that part of the situation has been processed to the 90th degree, you know what I mean? But I think that the disconnect before still needs to be processed. So I would say some visualizations on 9-year-old self, just kind of like talking that version of yourself through the process, I guess, of what's about to happen going into womanhood, all the aspects of the situation, dad being a man, not necessarily knowing how to sort of like navigate that space, his daughter becoming a woman as well, like how do you engage? And he's also trying to sort of like show you how to engage with the opposite sex, now being in that sort of like situation. That's so early for you guys to be able to sort of like go through that kind of, because my situation was like 11, 12, 11. Yeah, 11, I think. Yeah. um, and like, I think when you sort of like have that disconnect happen, it did create some anxieties, whether it's conscious or unconscious. I definitely say going into your unconscious, to sort of see as well where there may be some anxieties just in general, when it comes to certain relationships, and just cleaning up that emotional residue from that situation as well, because that's when it was birthed, right, this pattern. um, the disconnect would have created the pattern now as a circular loop, particularly to do with relationships with the opposite sex as well. So yeah, I'd say it would be worth kind of like going in and cleaning some of that up, with visualization. You can do some meditation music with it if you like, if that will be a bit more of a stimulus for you to be able to go and access the file and just clean up the story around it a little bit so that you can, I guess, create some space for the stories that you're trying to sort of like create now in terms of the relationships dynamic. But in terms of getting back to Mr. Sean, in terms of his intentions towards you, on the situation, it
Yeah, I'll
seems as though
definitely.
like he's, huh? Oh, I don't know if you're saying anything, Mama.
Yeah, I was saying I'll definitely try that because I really need to get through this.
Yeah, yeah. Do
You not
you?
hearing me? Hello?
No, sometimes I do. No, I can hear you. I can hear you. Question to you: do you ever sort of like have a conversation with your
Oh, okay.
dad? Do you ever put anything out there? Um, do you still engage? I know like it's a bit challenging because he doesn't have like a physical presence as such. Sometimes people go to the grave. That makes it easier for them to feel like they can communicate with their loved one, in that way. Like, do you still engage in conversation with him?
Actually, hmm, I actually engage more with God and my angels.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and not much with my dad, because I don't know if he's around. I mean, I would think he would be, but I
Mm-hmm.
mean, I don't know how to, because when I engage with God and my angels is a totally
Mm-hmm.
different thing as be raw truth coming out
Mm-hmm.
there. A lot raw truth, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah.
When they transition, they earn their
I
wings, and they, depending on the kind of life they live, they either become a good angel or a bad
because
angel.
some people say, you pray and stuff. I don't actually fit like that though. I just tell them as it is. I'm like, here's the thing. I'm going through such and such. I know it's a lesson. I mean, I know there's lessons because I've been doing it before. I mean, I don't understand why
Yeah,
they're giving me about the lessons, but I mean, all right, fine, I'll just go through it.
yeah,
Stuff
yeah.
like that. But I
I
I
think,
do understand where you're coming from with my dad. I will
yeah.
definitely try to have that conversation. Uh,
Honestly, they're
because
here.
it
They just
it is
watch. They
affecting me.
have
Up to
nothing else to
today, I
do.
was crying. Just
Yeah,
Yeah, I was saying up to today I
That's
was
your
actually
soul.
crying just thinking about
Mm,
my dad. I was
mm,
crying. I was like, and the thing is,
mm,
one of my friends, his dad had cancer and he passed away last night. And I was
mhm.
telling him about what happened to my father, and I started crying. And then today when he told me his father passed away, I was like
Yeah.
crying a lot. Although I don't know his dad personally, but
Mm,
I was like, it kind of brought me back to when my father passed away. I
yeah.
had to deal with
Yeah.
that today. So
Yeah. Well, dad's trying to sort of like assist you in being able to sort of like heal that wound. And I'm gonna choose my words very carefully here because like my ears are burning. So the guides definitely want to be able to sort of like speak. So this is the thing, and I'm gonna go to biblical reference for this as well, because I think that it would be able to sort of like put things into perspective. So even in the Bible, it speaks about how death would cease to exist. That's because it doesn't. It's like we know that energy doesn't die; it simply transforms. So we know that the soul is eternal. We know that God itself is a spirit. We know all of these things because all of these biblical scriptures, all of these other religious books obviously outlines all of these different things. Even like if I was to look at Islam simultaneously, speaks about God, Allah being a spirit, the source of all creation. Obviously it speaks on the one God concept, whereas Christianity speaks on the trilogy of God, right? For me personally, in terms of my understanding, mind, body, spirit, Father, Son, um, and Holy Ghost, right? That's kind of like how we break it down in context. The paradise, I guess, that the Bible refers to in terms of like the aspect of us not experiencing death. There will get to a time eventually when we get better at managing our own emotional states because that's what causes diseases of the body in essence, and that's what causes these cellular molecular constructs of ailments and illnesses that we manifest because we hold our contracts too long with our demons instead of working on the shit, unfortunately. But when they die, they don't go anywhere. Um, well, I shouldn't say that they don't go anywhere, but their soul is literally ever present. Now we can start to see like fragments of the photons in the atmosphere, like of the spirits essentially in the atmosphere. If you ever see like a spirit orb, you see them all the time. You see these little blue lights and stuff. That's actually what a spirit looks like now that we have the technology to be able to pick up on consciousness, because that's essentially what a soul is. It's consciousness outside of a body, I guess. So when they lose their physical body, they're still here. Their consciousness just lingers around. They're the ones that actually gives a lot of the downloads. Our angels do speak as well. We have different sorts of angels for different things, but they have very specific tasks. Whereas our family units as well, they join our team of guardian angels. So they are the guardians because essentially we are their genetic sequence passed on. So they're protecting, like, forget their lineage, like they're actually protecting their legacy. Like these are the things that they've left behind. If you consider us as their precious jewels, right, this is their genetic sequence passed on. Yeah, no, that's fine, Shana. You can drop your question and come back, beautiful. But when you're sort of like navigating through the process of like rebuilding your relationship, because even for me, if I like me looking at this situation, it seems like dad is also sort of like looking and observing and he's trying to repent. So this is another thing where the Bible speaks about how we get the opportunity to repent um even after life ceases to exist for us. That's what happens. So he may be repenting, he himself. So when we die, Like the praying doesn't stop. They too have to pray. They go through a lot of spiritual warfare. A lot of the things that we battle in spirit, they are actually like fighting it, genetically speaking, through us, giving us the opportunity and ability to actually optimize and persevere against these things, right? When they transition out of their physical body, they have the ability to be, I guess, a little bit more present, and they see everything, like literally everything. People ask me all the time, oh, are like spirits watching me? And yes, all the time. They have nothing better to do. We are their TV. They are our executive producers. And we create this whole like amazing co-creating manifestation together. So when you kind of like engage, especially because your love for dad was like so strong and the connection that you guys had, naturally he would want to be around to be able to sort of like protect you. And he might realize that unfortunately, because of the disconnect that he experienced with you around about that time. So this is probably why we're even sort of like having this conversation, because he's, like I said, ready to repent. He's ready to make good, make better. He's probably been observing and watching and realizing just how much trauma that disconnect has caused you in your own personal relationships with the opposite sex as well. And he wants for you to be able to find what it is that you're looking for in love. And he realizes that he played a big part potentially in why that isn't necessarily manifesting in the way that you would like it to be consistently. So yeah, as he repents, my recommendation to you would be to forgive him, because that helps. That helps. So when he repents, again, because they earn their wings when they transition, but they also level up in spirit as well. So this is why the Bible speaks about repentance occurring even after life as well, because they still get the opportunity to level up. So when he when he's able to get this forgiveness from you, that is when his repentance will be accepted, and he'll be able to get to the next level where he can then protect you as well and continue to assist in guiding you through your decision-making process, because he knows, based on the dynamics that he personally had with you that has shaped and molded you, and he gets to see the remnants of those decisions basically made along the way. I know that was like a whole spiraling and a long-winded whole little situation, but I had to sort of like put that into context so you understand fully like what is occurring in this space and the magnitude of what's going on behind the scenes. Because as you go into this process of updating your software, so too is his software being updated. Even after, this is the thing, like consciousness, it's very advanced technology, and it is, honestly, I barely I'm still learning and understanding so many things, and a lot of the information that comes through my ears is burning AF. Okay, because the guides are obviously talking me through a lot of the stuff that I'm sort of like putting across, from me being able to engage, I guess, in spirit realm and seeing and observing what sort of like occurs and takes place. But this is how they get to basically unlock different levels of heaven. So in Islam, it speaks about the 7 levels of hell and the 7 levels of heaven. That is true. There are different levels and stages to this whole game. Okay, so like as they continue to repent, they get to go up to different levels and stages of the heavens, right? Where they have, like, by the time they get to the highest level of the heavens, they have the deepest connection with us. They literally are able to experience the oneness of creation in context, right? It's like literally going back into source itself, going back into the creation point itself to God. But it's a process. So you going through the forgiveness process with him will help him to be able to help you to continue the work that you're doing in terms of this romance class as well. Sorry, like I said, it was so long-winded, but yeah, we got there in the end. Sean's
I
intentions,
got
my
the
love.
message. Thank you very much.
It was
Thank you.
hella
You explained
fun,
it
girl.
well. I understand now. And I do apologize for everybody else who's waiting to get their question answered. I'm so sorry. It was bothering me.
No.
I know it's affecting me because I've been crying a lot lately thinking about my father. So I'm like, nah, something's not right. You know.
Yeah. He's probably like done so much work as well in the spirit realm in terms of like protecting you, because I'm even getting emotional, even sort of like sensing like he's done a lot of work in the spirit realm, and he's finally like, so basically, um sorry guys, I have to sort of like go into another little aspect of the situation. So when obviously we transition out of our physical body, hell's a real place. We do have to serve our time in hell before we do get into the heavens. He served his time for certain decisions, basically sins that were caused against us and other people. All of those things, people have to pay the price of those things. So they spend some time, us spend some time in hell. Okay, it's not fun. It's not a nice place to be. I've visited. It's horrific. It's exactly as they say. And there's different levels to it as well, depending on the crimes that you commit, the levels of sins that you commit. So I think right now he's just now getting an opportunity to be able to get into one of the realms, one of the lower realms, right? Because he still has work to do to continue to work through getting into some of the higher realms as well. So with him being this is why I work with even my dad, right? This is why I work with my dad. My dad's told me things. He's told my mom things. He's like continued to just unravel certain things that we need in our healing, and that he needs to be able to level up so that he can continue to help us maneuver and navigate through what it is that we're sort of like going through. So this eruption that you're sort of like getting in the soul, like it's a calling, and the calling isn't just for your healing, but it's also his ability to be able to transcend and move into a place where he can help you even so much better. Like he's been able to sort of like protect you from demons. Now when you sort of like move into the realms of the heavens, he'll be able to protect you from other people's angels as well. Because that's, you get different levels, you get different like power-ups and charges. I don't know how to explain it, girl. I'm doing the best I can, but it's very,
I
very,
understand.
yeah, no, it's very, very important what that you're doing right now. And it's what you do right now basically impacts at least between 5 to 6, sometimes 7 generations forward and 7 generations backwards. So that little trickling will also help like some of your ancestors basically as well, that may had left, I guess, this earth not completing certain cycles type thing. So they then get to level up as well. It's a whole thing. But yes, girl, I'm gonna close out the space. I'm gonna close out the space with your guidance, beautiful. What do you guys advise her to do about the Sean
Much. I
situation?
really appreciate everyone else who's waiting to get their question answered. I'm so sorry.
Don't worry, beautiful. Honestly, I think the guide really wanted to be able to put this out just point blank, period, on everything else, I think. So yeah, don't worry about it. You're good. What is the guidance for Sean situation? Okay. 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 They're saying to compromise. Compromise. You said that you were open. Oh, she's gone. She's gone. I don't know what happened there. But yeah, they said to compromise. I'm not too sure what happened to the live, but I'm sure you're still like, you know, here getting the information to some degree. But they said to sort of like compromise. You're open to being able to sort of like have a conversation anyway. So have that conversation. Okay. Have the conversation with Sean. Maybe go through some of the stuff after the facts as well. I think this is going to be, he's looking for closure, but I think this is going to bring both of you guys closure in so many different ways as well. His incoming message was the sign that you needed. And they're saying to trust the process of that. You know, it wasn't on accident. It was very intentional. And yeah, it will kind of like give you both the clarity that you kind of need as well. The neighbor's just fishing. He's just fishing. He's just looking for something to make him feel better. It's like an ego stroking type situation. So yeah, that's what I'd say with that. Okay. Right. I hope that was useful for you, beautiful, because there was a lot in there. And I am going to move on to the next question. I think Shauna did put her question out there. So we're going to move into it. Thank you for that, though, beautiful. No, that's all good. That's all good, beautiful. I figured that you were probably still in the chat, but I think you got the gist. That's okay, beautiful. Thank you. Thank you, because literally they were having this conversation with me about all of these different dynamics of like the different levels and like, I don't know, like the hierarchies basically in the spirit realm, probably in preparation so that I could like let this download flow. Because there would have been lots of different areas where my mind wouldn't have been able to fathom the insight unless I was already pre-trained. Because I got all of these, like they proper had a conversation with me and they were telling me stuff. I think, again, this was like the weekend. I'm glad that you feel better. And trust me, it's going to get better. Like, I think what's about to happen. Oh my God, Mama, I'm happy for all of you guys, not just you in the situation. I'm happy for your lineage. I'm happy for your dad. Like, he's going to get access to so much more power as well. And he's going to be able to help you in so many different ways as well with this. So happy for you guys. We love that. Okay, Shauna, I hope that you're here as well, beautiful. I don't know if you managed to find your way back into the space. If you are, let me know in the chat as well, but we're finally back to you as well, beautiful. Yes. Okay. That was about, what, 15 minutes ago? She said she had to go. So hopefully, I'm going to type it in. So I'm going to type your name in, Shannon, and I'm going to put 2 hours, 17 minutes, girl. Oh my God. Am I going to get any sleep tonight for my day job tomorrow? I think not. Okay, guys. We're going to speed it up and move the process along. Okay? You girls got a day job. And I don't want to be out here at Martin because I can't help my decibels. Being in here and like not being able to like really expand my vocal range is just daft half the time. But yeah. What's coming towards our girl Shana? Oh, okay. What's coming towards our girl Shana? Oh, I really want to be able to like speak to her. I much prefer when it's like a speaking to. Do you know what? I tell you what. Because she's not here at the minute. I wish I could delete that. Can I delete that? No, I can't. Okay. Oh, that's me. If I ban myself, do you think that the live is going to go off? Oh, snap. Okay. I was thinking about coming back to her because I much prefer being able to sort of like interact and engage whilst the live is going. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to Sammy. Oh, Sammy's not even here as well. Sammy, are you here now? Hey, Kay, I did see you say that you'll donate as well. Yeah, no, that's okay, beautiful. That's okay. You can donate. I guess if you donate and you're here, you can go straight off the bat, right? Because we're like looking for people on the list, but Sammy's popping back into the room. I think Renee's still here. Oh. Oh. Yeah, so Renee, we're going to come to you as well. Don't worry, Mama. I know you've been waiting for a minute as well. I don't know how to manifest my wishes. I find it hard. Oh, girl, that's because it's a challenge. It is a challenge. It's a lot of work. But the easiest way is to be able to sort of like purify your vessel, basically. You'll meet the resistances, which will basically outline really the only reason why we have resistances is demons, for lack of a better way of putting it. And they then sort of like show us where our limits are when it comes to certain situations. So we'll dive into that. I mean, definitely. You know what? I need to be putting like content out about this stuff. Even what I just said to like Ash, like I need to put that out there because I feel like the Bible is such a great tool, and the Quran is such an amazing sort of like tool. Just all of these great like religious books are amazing for insight on how to sort of like do the human thing, right? Because it's a challenge, trust me. Snap. Sometimes my human just like, because of some of I was navigating through some doubt, that little bugger. I thought me and doubt had a better relationship than that, but doubt just tripped me up at the final hurdle of my plans for like this season. And now I had to like create a new contract with the spirit of doubt and basically have it subside and stop tripping me up. And I'm going to work on not being so self-sabotaging moving forward. Because these things, you are what stands in your way when it comes to manifesting. We can talk about other people and the reactions that they come in and bring, but really it's always you. It comes back to you every single time. There's something that you need to do or something that you need to stop doing that is actually causing the resistance. Shauna, let me know when you're back. Beautiful. Guys, let me know when Shauna's back in the chat. And I think Kay's going to be donating. Renee, whilst you're here, seeing as Sammy's gone, do you want to pop your question in the chat? I don't know if you're even still here, like ready like that as well. But if you are, pop your question in the chat. And then we'll sort of like go back to, I guess, Shana, because I want to be able to talk to her, because they're saying that we need to unpack this. Like I'm literally, like I'm feeling the downloads. That one tickled me. They're saying we need to speak to her, so I would prefer to speak to her in essence. Are you here, Renee? I don't even know. Who do we have in the room, y'all? Let me know. Give me a high five. Hey, how you doing? Something in the chat, so I know who's here for now. That's so funny. And now we're trying to find somebody to read. Libra Wild, are you here? I haven't seen Mina in the chat since just gone 11, so I think she might have nodded off. Okay, Libra Wild. I'll tell you what, put your question out there, okay? Yeah, message Sammy, Ash, please and thank you. Yeah, put your question out there, Libra World. Look at that. You certainly can. I'm here having like some mini cookies, making sure that I'm nice and good. Okay. So, okay. I've got that beautiful. Oh, snap. Sammy got in here real quick. Okay. So, this is what we're going to do. Okay. I'm going to go Sammy because I've already sort of like got your question, I guess, out there. And you were next on the list. Then I'll come back to Libra World. And Kay, I've received your payment as well. Libra World's already put, I guess, their question out there, essentially. So we're going to make those two and then come to UK, if that's okay. And then, or were you trying to sort of like jump all the extra stuff? Let me know if that's okay for you, beautiful. I don't know what your timing's like. I'm going to start the last list just so that I don't miss or get confused. I don't know if Mina's going to be able to wake back up in time and get back into the space in time. Okay, so good job, Libra World. Sorry about that. I know, obviously, you sort of like put it out there. We're going to go, up to you. Sorry, okay. I was literally about to click on Sammy's thing. Okay, so I guess we'll do Sammy quickly, and we'll do like a general for Libra World, and then we'll sort of come to your questions, okay? I don't know where Shana is as well in the midst of all this, because I didn't want to read without her being present. And Renee as well. I don't know what happened there, but okay. We'll do Sammy. Then we'll go to Libra World. I don't know where Renee is as well. So we'll go to Libra World. And then we will, come back to Kay and go back into the list in the fold. Oh. Yes to that. I think your guides actually spoke to me about it. And this was interesting because I was like, why are you telling me this like randomly now? I guess this was in preparation because you were already sort of like thinking about it. I think it was like 5 days ago or something they mentioned this to me. I was just randomly sat there and they were like, yeah. They mentioned it to me, like, the friend of Ash, and I think it's because Ash was obviously going to be sort of like calling you into the space and revealing said question. But yeah, let's go and dive into it. So is there any message for me seeing my ex spying on my status? I don't know if that's the question. What is it? Because when they said it to me, they were like, oh, he is checking, but it's harmless. I have to say harmless because there's not really much possibility of him being able to sort of not come back into the space, but really be able to sort of like be in the space to some degree. So, yeah, let's see. Yeah, indecision. Indecision, indecision, indecision. I think from what they had already said, essentially, he was already there pondering it for a while, to be fair. He just kind of finally acted on it. How do you guys advise Sammy to navigate the situation, seeing as he's there and navigating through his indecision then? What do you guys advise? Okay. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. They're sort of saying, as far as the situation, when it comes to like this home dynamic, ooh, this home dynamic situation, they're saying like continue with what you're doing as far as being a free spirit. Obviously, he is still unclear, I guess, about where his priorities lie. And I think that those are some of the factors where they're like, not much has changed to some degree in essence, right? And I think it's some of those things that have caused a little bit of a disturbance, if you will, in terms of just for him, like how to be able to sort of have the kind of clarity that he needs in his relationships. Some of it as well is that he doesn't necessarily want to take on too much responsibility, and he has a tendency to kind of like not take any accountability as well. So I think those are some of the things. It's so funny. I think that it's like those are the things that are kind of like holding him back from basically being accountable. From actually showing up and being present in the space, like actually having to hold himself accountable and be like responsible for his actions and like realizing that there's consequences. His indecisiveness is the fact that he doesn't want to kind of basically do that. He doesn't want to take accountability. So that's not really indecision. Technically, it's funny. Yeah, yeah. He is. He is. And I think it's interesting because like his judgment's still a little bit skewed. His moral compass is still a little bit off for the most part, right? And that is to do with his indecision because there's just certain things that there's certain expectations basically that would be present. And I don't think he wants to or is prepared to meet those expectations. So I think that's, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, definitely, girl. I believe you. Okay. Because even now, this indecision thing isn't because it's like, oh, I should do the right thing. The indecision is like, oh, I don't really want to take accountability, but can I go back in the space and actually like be okay though? It's kind of like that. It's like resetting the bar and like lowering the standards and being like, please, can this be the new standards? And it's like, no, nah, we're not doing that. Where they do that at, we're not doing that. That's not what we're doing. Okay. The standards have sort of like elevated. If anything, the price has gone up. Okay. Okay, so what's the advice then in moving forward overall for our girl? I know you said like continue with what she's doing, being a free spirit when it comes to this dynamic. Yeah, no compromising. Okay, interesting. They said no compromising. She's just not worth it. No offense, but you're exactly right. Like, definitely a hot mess, girl. Definitely a hot mess. No need to worry. Yeah, they're saying, there's no need to worry on the situation. You've made it very clear about where you are with the situation. It's not even something that you need to continue to be assertive with. I think it's more something that he is still coming to terms with being realistic about his own expectations. Okay. So yeah. Oh, that's what's up, Kay. Thank you. I forgot about that. I was thinking that as well. I was like, I swear I saw you on the. That's why I was asking, like, are you sort of like jumping the queue? Because I'm sure I saw you on the list, but no. Thank you, beautiful. But yes, so yeah, they're just saying no need to worry. Like, you're doing the right thing. Yes, he is definitely sort of like doing the whole spying thing. He doesn't want to come back and be a decent person. He wants to come back and still try and see how much he can get away with and how far he can push your boundaries. Okay. That's it, and that's all. Honestly, people are funny. And this includes me too, because I'm a whole person, but honestly, people are funny. Okay, they want to like shortchange and lower the standards and lower the bar, and it's just like, bruh, just pay the price. If not, like, just walk away, leave the shop. You can't afford it, you know that part. But yeah, good luck indeed, beautiful. Good luck indeed. Okay. Um, he is funny. It's not even like he wants to say, "Oh, let me work on myself." Like, he doesn't actually like want to work at himself. He has no intention of working on himself. He really just wants to get better at like getting away with shit. So that's funny. But yeah, beautiful. I hope that that was useful for you. And I love how, it's like how Sean messaged Ash, she put him on ice and then come and got a tarot before she even decided to respond. Okay. That's just how we're gonna do things, because it's they say one thing, mean another. Half the time, the stuff that's coming out here isn't even what's being computed up here. Thank you, beautiful. I appreciate you. You too. You too. That was nice and quick as well. They were like straight. It was interesting because I already got this download. So the fact that you even sort of like asked about it, because when they were telling me, I was like, why are you telling me this? I was like, I'm not in the space. They were like, it's going to be a topic of discussion. I was like, oh, okay. I'll keep that in mind. But yeah. Oh, you know what's so funny, yeah? People be thinking that they're smart, like they're like out there like on social media trolling and everything. But then we got the ultimate trolls, which are the guys. And they're like, I see you, seeing my human. I'm gonna tell on you. And then the answers come to me. They're like, oh, such and such is doing this, such and such is doing that, and I'm like, why are you telling me this? They're like, you need to know. You need to know. It's gonna come up. God, that is too funny. But yes, yeah. Oh no, I know, beautiful. You're good. I hope it was a nice little rest for you. I literally said to them, I don't know if Mina's gonna make it back. I know you did. You're good, girl. But yeah, honestly, listen, don't worry about it, beautiful. The moment that he was out there with his social media binoculars, like trolling and stalking, so were the guys. Okay. And they had theirs nice and ready. They were like, I see him. I'm going to tell Shakima. Because it was so random when it came to me as well. Love myself. Why I sense that's exactly what Mia was at 100%. 100%. I even said to her, I'm hanging on by coffee. Y'all are too funny. Oh my god. Oh, there's been so much updates. Okay, so we still have Shauna. I don't know where Shauna went. Shauna said she was gonna come back, and Shauna ain't been back yet. But when Shauna comes back, we'll get her reading going for her. But Kay has also donated on the list. Yeah, Kay has also donated on the list. And since we're going to go back to Renee, I'm actually going to go to Kay and then Renee. Yeah, Mina. Everybody knows. Everybody knows what parts of the show is what part now. Once we see Mina's off the chat for a little bit, we're like, yeah. And you deserve it as well. I was literally like, she so deserves it. And they were like, yeah, Mina's gone off and she's drifting into like a nice stage 2. And I was like, oh, that's beautiful for her. I love that. Genuinely. Because you so deserve it. I know we're dealing with like crazy time difference here, and it's like a Monday night, y'all. So, Kay wants to know, we're gonna sort of like go into it because this was the next donation request, and I'm sure Kay's here because she literally just put this out not too long ago. So I know she's still in the room. So I'd like more insight on the characteristics and personality of the brand new men entering my life. Okay, interesting. Let's dive into it, Mama. And I've got the other one started as well. Okay, good. Good. Hey, the real Summer. I'm ready to see what comes out for you too, Renee girl. Okay. Right. So Kay wants to get some insight in terms of the characteristics and personality of do you know what? It's your lucky day, real Summer J. You know why? Because I'm doing a donation reading for Kay, and Kay said somebody can have her place on the list. So we'll move up and take Kay out. And good news to Ultra Ego, you're not last on the list anymore, but you're second to last. You're the penultimate on the list. Real Summer, you get to be last on the list. But, and however, that is quite the challenge at the same time. My readings are long. We're already almost 3 hours in. And there's still more to go. Okay? So, lovely to have you. Join our little community over here. You can be last on the list because Kay's just donated her spot. Okay, because she's sort of gone onto the donation list, and we're onto her reading now. Yeah, fantastic. That's what's up. Good timing on that. Look at your guys just kind of like, oh, let's get my human in the room. Kay's opened a slot. I love that. Snaps for you and your guides. Okay. We're working. Let's start off with the characteristics of these brand new men. Okay. You were going to take that spot. Oh no, honestly, beautiful. Even if you actually get like the spot, so how it would work, because you got into the room a little bit later, you wouldn't, mind you, I haven't seen Rachel for a minute as well, so you may already technically get that position. Can we take Kay after you, Mina? Can we remove Kay from there and keep the real Summer on as well? The rhythm, listen, it's getting quick, it's moving. Okay. They were like, pick up the tempo. You got work tomorrow. We still need you to execute in that class as well. Like, I am working so hard in that class, guys. That's a sidebar. We'll have that conversation. I need to have like another sort of segment where I come in here and we just have like a proper chit chat. Okay. And I can like properly update y'all on some of the classes that I'm getting better at. I'm not failing, but I'm getting better. I'm learning. So characteristics, guys. Oh, nice. I like that. Love. Love, love, love. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I thought as much. Okay. So, one thing's for sure, two things for certain. It's interesting because there is a guy in particular who sort of like, I kind of want to say introduces you to a scene within real estate, interestingly enough. They seem to have money. That's where their money stems from. That's where their money comes from. Being able to kind of like flip houses is, I guess, the best way that I can put it. Personality is great. Personality is great. Definitely like high on energy. Don't have any time for like naysayers. Like that's not really their thing. They can be a little bit dismissive, interestingly enough. This particular person can be a little bit dismissive. But that's a part of their coping mechanism. Like sometimes if it's not positive, they just don't want to hear it. They're just like control alt delete. Ugh, get that off me. I don't even want that to go in my mind. They're like, la, 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 la. You know, it's kind of one of those types of situations where they're just not even like absorbing what is being said because of the level of negativity with it. And then there is like a couple, three of them actually to be precise, but there's two that are constantly rolling together. Like if you see one, you see the other, and the other one is just kind of like sometimes with those two, but they are quite the artistic bunch. Those two, they're kind of like a double team duo, where they seem to be very like, how can I put it? Their energy is so infectious, but it's so quick. Like you can just move through the room and work the room very, very quickly. They have a natural sort of like, I don't want to say bubbly personality, but we'll go with bubbly personality. It's more of an enthusiasm for life. Like they are just like on a high. Okay, I think the third person in this dynamic, they tend to be sometimes a little bit of a pessimist. So the other two just kind of like hang out together. Hi, Chris. How are you doing? How's life lifing? So it's doing the most at the minute, to be fair. With the third person that is a part of this like friendship clique, they tend to be a little bit pessimistic. So the other two, they're very selective in terms of like where they hang out with that person, when and under what circumstances, basically. So I think that those are some of the factors to the situation that makes it a little bit touch and go, basically, when it comes to just the dynamics with those three. So that dynamic can be a little bit volatile. You may get caught up in the crossfire of that situation unraveling. That part, I got to put that out there for you, because it's almost like at some point you may be dragged in to be able to sort of mediate amongst the three. Yeah, that part, right? Definitely doing that. That's what it's made for. complaining just makes it even more lifing. So I feel you on that as well. Anyone drop out? Honestly, Charlie, I think Kay obviously went in, did a donation, and then we filled in her slot with the real. Yeah, that part. See, Mina was like on it. Thank you, Mina. Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't know. I did put out a request at some point for people to let me know who's in the chat, but not many people was here other than who was already on the list. So unfortunate, my love. Sorry. Intense much. But yes, these people, for the most part, right? These people that are coming in are essentially the three are working through some resentment in their friendship circle. You are the catalyst to their resolve or resolution in that space, because there is a particular assignment that God has for the three, and it's important that it's all three. So they're going to be taking a pit stop to you at some point. I want to say potentially within the next 8 to 9, possibly 10 months, because I think that this is going to be playing out for a while. I think the meeting of sorts happen around about 8 months, 2 weeks from now, and then things kind of like play out into like the 10th month, essentially. It's very quick. They get you involved in their little friendship space real quick, and they value your opinion, and they show that very, very quickly straight off the bat as well. So yeah, but definitely nice sort of like people and guys sort of coming into the space. I think that these guys seem more like friendship business potential situation. The other guy, it's a little bit abstract. It's a little bit abstract. I think that they're giving me sort of like the next situation for like, I want to say the next 9 to 10 months, because that's kind of like what we're looking at, right? But the property person, like that dynamic between the two of you, I'm not too sure what the spark is. Yeah, I'm not too sure what the spark is. I don't think it's romantic. I'm not sure. But I think it's even confusing for the both of you, because there's like a natural chemistry and spark, but at the same time, it's like I don't see it necessarily with this person. For both of you guys, to some degree, it's like the chemistry is there, but there's just not the desire, essentially, I guess is probably the best way that I can put it, with that situation. Yeah. I think you also are actually invested elsewhere by the time he shows up into the mix of things, Mr. Property Man. Yeah, because it seems like not necessarily wanting to act on certain things or feelings, and the natural chemistry that's there. So that part. Okay. Oh, I was working. I just got off. Oh, didn't realize, my love. Oh yeah, I just finished work, right? Oh, you too, beautiful. I hope you have a good night, my love. Okay. Yeah. It seems like there's already something in the mix where you're tied up. Because it feels like, oh, I only have eyes for you type situation over here on your part. So there's already somebody in the mix for you by the time real estate guy comes in. And I think he's kind of like I wouldn't call him the test or the temptation, if you will. Nice temptation too. He's cute. He's cute. It's like scanning him up and down. That was funny. He's cute. You like my mom, okay? You'll appreciate the aesthetics. And I think that that's why it's like, oh, a little bit confusing. I think that that's probably why it's like, not sure what to do with this right now. But yeah. Personality wise, though, like you've got some really great personality sort of like coming in. Don't get me wrong, there'll be moments where it's kind of like a little bit of dull moments as well. Because, like Mr. Property Guy that I was speaking about, like I said, he has a tendency to be slightly dismissive if it's not like all positive all the time. So yeah, his reality or spectrum on reality, it's actually one of the qualities. His Neptunian energy is like so heightened. It's one of the qualities that allows for him to manifest in the way that he does. So it's working for him in other areas. He just needs to, I guess, tweak that in certain other areas as well. But yeah, there's some fun experiences ahead when it comes to the potential partnerships that may be on the horizons for you, interestingly enough. Okay. Guidance on these brand new men. What do you guys advise? That part. Oh, okay. Perfect timing. Perfect timing. They're saying there's no need to take any action. And that's precisely what I was saying to you. Like, these things seems to be happening in a timeline construct. So all of these things will kind of like start to unravel themselves in a timely manner. I think the real estate guy comes in before the other 2/3. And they're sort of like maybe 14 weeks apart. So roughly around about 3 months, basically. But yeah, that part. Okay. I hope that that was useful for you there. CC, I wouldn't know. Ask Google, I guess. I think it's £3 for one question. I don't know how much that is in dollars, I guess. But Google's very good at that. Oh, okay. So I'm going to move on to your next question, okay? Because I think you popped your next question out there. Wrong thing. My bad. Question number 2. Okay, so let's see. Oh. Oh. Oh, thank you, Renee. Yeah, thank you. So someone messaged me from a number days after I call a business. I sense it's attached to a guy I encountered there. I'd like more info about this man in details. Thank you. Oh, okay. Let me go to the energy deck and see. Then I'm going to get the crystals because they're like, this is the whole read, girl. They're like, grab the crystal too. Oh, I need the soda light. Okay. They want to sort of like probably communicate. Okay. All right, guys. Talk to me about this Mr. Lover Lover. Sorry. I couldn't help myself. It was already in the back of my mind and literally just right on my tongue. Okay. Okay. Right. So, with the situation with this guy, give me some insight. Oh, okay. Okay. It's a part of the process too. Thank you. Mm. Mm. Okay. First thing they're sure to tell me is that he's single. Sorry. I don't know why that's relevant, but that's one of the first things that they decide that they want to sort of like put out there, in terms of certain situations and dynamics. I think he had a situation that didn't necessarily work out. Um, there may be children or a child potentially from that situation, potentially, from that situation. It's not all the way clear in what context because the person may have had a child prior to them, or it may be a situation where they obviously, procreated together. But it's interesting. They like literally straight off the bat, they're like giving me all the tea on the situation already. But they are going through a bit of a journey recoursing at the minute. Um, they're no longer in a situation where they're all sort of like tied up and right. I drove by the business today playing music. Listen, I'm like, oh, it's interesting because what had transpired, between the relationship situation, um, may have had some, I want to say there may have been some infidelities involved. Um, my eyebrows felt so high. Like, I felt like I was like, I had to bring it down. But I think I was just shocked because they just like laid all his shit bare. Just straight off the bat. But yes, so there were some infidelities. There were some infidelities. I don't think it was necessarily all the way per se. Um, it's funny because it's like the female in the situation is like, oh, but it might as well happen. Um, so this is interesting. Sorry, now I'm curious, girl. I'm gonna start asking questions on top of questions. You know how this goes. Um, what did he think about Agra K? Okay, thank you. Mm, okay, that's a nice little situation. Okay. Well, he definitely feels like you're quite perceptive and, definitely like witty. Um, you've got yourself well put together and you carry yourself really well. I guess his initial impression of you is like a pretty strong, perceptive, independent young lady. Okay, I'll put it like that. Um, and I think he's also sort of like, it's interesting because it's almost like he's like, okay, um, yeah, yeah. That's why I wanted to sort of like get some clarity on the situation. It's so funny because they like literally, like I said, they come straight out the gate like he's single. I feel like I feel like if anything, um, this would be like his guides. You know, like when people are trying to sort of like shop someone, like they're like giving you all their good qualities, talking them up to you, to just make sure that you can, see the best of them type thing. So yeah, it's interesting. Um, he definitely likes, I guess, what he sees in terms of like you being perceptive and everything like that. I think one of the things, I guess, is that it was very short. It was very short term. So he doesn't know that to be true, but the short snippet, I guess, first impression in that was pretty decent. It was pretty decent. Okay. So intentions. We're all about intentions here, guys. You know this firsthand. What do you guys sort of like think would be his intentions? Yeah, he is very reserved. Oh, we've got a whole bunch of cards coming out. Dang. Okay, let me try and find some room for these. Bad boys. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Okay. um, he would be romantic if you would let him. Long and short. Long and short of it, I don't think that that's like his initial intent. Just because he's quite insecure to some degree as well. Like he's not like he's quite shy, like you said, he's reserved, right? So he's not very forthcoming like that. He has to be comfortable enough to feel like he can come forward. And it's interesting because it's almost like with everything that he sees, I guess, in you, there's almost an element of intimidation at the same time as well. It's like, oh, but no, type thing. Kind of like, he likes what he saw. I don't know if it's, I don't know why they keep talking to me about like the family or marriage situation dynamic that was going on prior to. Because he's out here stroking his ego. I guess that's why. Okay, that's why he was looking, because that's where he made the perception from, because it's from the place of single man eyes, I guess. Okay. Well, there's the only thing that I can say is that he's hoping not to be alone, but he's too insecure to actually like, you know, do or say anything in coming forward. I think he just liked your energy and he liked the fact that you seem quite collected, right? You weren't sort of like scattered. You presented really well and stuff like that. So I think those are some of the things that, you know, made his first impression. But yeah, that's interesting. Interesting. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. I think what it is, right? Like, because it's so funny. They just come straight out the bat like, oh, he's single. Um, it almost seemed like that's what opened his eyes because he wasn't necessarily like looking in that space at least prior to being completely sort of like in a single ship situation, but yeah, I think that intensity that you felt was actually like some internal enthusiasm. He was excited. I think he saw something that he liked and he was excited about it. But he was reserving that sensitivity. Yeah, because he struggles. He carries a lot of anxiety. He carries a lot of anxiety. So yeah, he sometimes has like lots, I guess, for lack of a better way of putting it, he can sometimes be a little bit of a whole feast for the shadows, genetically speaking, just because he travels or struggles with many different levels of anxiety. Actually, it's one of his like go-to secondary emotions in dealing with situations. So yeah, that's what that was, to be fair. Yeah, a feast. Like, it gets, how can I put it, with the different levels, because he has at least three different varieties or variants of anxiety that he travels with. um it can make it easy for the shadows to just be out here like quickly. Oh, I've got that, because it activates on a cellular level as well. It actually like activates genetically speaking. I don't know if anybody's actually like felt the whole. I've, I've literally like sat right there in that sofa, like fighting off certain demons when I felt them like activating genetically speaking, because I know it's going to bring my vibration down. And I'm like, oh, you can't fight it. Like, it's kind of like pre actions and decisions based, and you get the consequences, and then obviously like God will allow for some of these spirits within reason. Obviously they're a part of the optimization process, to be able to sort of like do whatever it is that they need to do to teach you whatever it is that you need to learn, that is going to take you to the next level. So yeah, um for the most part, it seems like he liked what he saw, um, but he was still slightly insecure. Still is, not even was, still is slightly insecure. I think he's still recovering. He might be single, like physically, but he may still be emotionally tied up in terms of like getting past that previous situation. Yeah, yeah. I don't know how much he's processed of it, to be fair. Okay. What is the guidance for Agura K in navigating the situation with Mr. Mystery Man? Perfect timing again. You guys are funny. What's the advice for Agura K? Oh, thank you. What kind of sign? You ain't gonna give me any vague answers tonight. Look for what kind of sign? What would? Okay. Okay. Hmm. Okay, the compromises. Okay. Okay. It's interesting. Definitely, 100%. So what they're saying is, so it was so funny because what they were saying is, like, it's not a no, but there's just no opportunity. It's not a no, but there is just no opportunity for a situation to really actually like be brewed in this space, and that may just be the compromise essentially. But there's no need to sort of like worry about it. I think it's that chaotic because he himself struggles with like communication essentially. And he kind of like will probably leave things for far too long. And they need to be addressed before a certain stage, but it doesn't seem like, you know, he's doing those things to be able to sort of like get the situation done. So yeah. Hold on. Let me see. Let me go back to Shauna's question as well. I'm gonna go in, but I hope that that was useful for you. Kay, sorry, I was getting a download. They were telling me to go back and start Shauna's question before it goes, because Archangel Shamuel's not going to be able to help me out. It'll be gone. I won't be able to find it, but she may not be back in the room anytime soon, and I still need to do her question. I think she asked about love. Sorry, y'all. But yes, Kay, I do hope that that was useful for you. I think we have Renee on the list next, and then I've already got Libra's question. Oh, snap. Where was it? It was definitely before that. There we go. There we go. Got it. I've managed to start it. It sounds like he's in his head. He's definitely in his head 100%, but I think he tends to be the type of person that likes to be very calculated in his decisions. He's not really the type to be impulsive, like I'll tell you that for free. He likes to make very calculated decisions. He doesn't, you know, if you find him being impulsive, it probably had something to do with the influence of something else or someone else, because he himself generally tends to be quite, you know, methodical in terms of how he deals with things. Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Mina. I appreciate you. She wasn't here earlier when I was like doing the reading. That's why I want to start her question just in case she doesn't come back. Then I will just do her like a little personal situation, and I'll like post it on the channel. At least I'll have it starred. I think the struggle for me was actually just I wanted to be able to have the conversation with her present, basically. That's why I didn't do it before. But hopefully when she comes back, she'll just like put it out there, you know, like where she is and stuff. Okay. Renee, let's get your question out there. I sense he's seeking but not completely removed, single but seeking, and the past isn't gone. 100%. 100%, girl. That's what I said. Like, he's emotionally, I think that there were children involved in the previous situation. I think that that's why as well. It's like a lingering remnants of the situation. But also he hasn't processed it emotionally because he does a lot of like deflecting and blocking, so there's still a lot of residual emotions that he has to process in this space. So you're spot on with that there. Okay, but they're not really like together like that. It's kind of like the breakup has happened. The breakup has happened, but it's still complicated. That's the best way that I can put it. The breakup has happened, but it's still complicated. Yeah, that part. And it had something to do with infidelity of sorts. I didn't see it like all the way full blown, but definitely inappropriate communication, at the very least. Yeah. But yes, beautiful. 100%. 100%. the female in the situation, I guess, is trying to figure it out for the sake of the child. I don't know what kind of like got into him. I think he was kind of like going through a process at the time where he was just a little bit low. I guess he was feeling a little bit insecure, and then I guess he wanted to feel less insecure, so he did some shit that stroked his ego, and there's still some consequences to pay, I guess. But yeah, they're figuring it out. I don't think she'd like the idea of someone like me being around. Hell no, girl. Oh no. Oh, that's so sweet, Mina. Love that. I'm gonna get my Skittles out. Oh, I got a weird. Oh, look at this Skittles shaped like a pill, guys. Look at that. That's so cute. It all gets eaten the same way, though. Oh, good that you are open to receiving. That's always nice. Okay, Renee. Where's the question? Okay. What do I need to know right now? She won't like anyone pulling him away, and especially someone like, hell no, because he could actually like transcend. She senses curiosity peaking. She senses curiosity peaking. Definitely. It's funny that. Where you can sort of like literally tell like even the slightest of move. Hey, Scenario, how are you doing, Mama? It's been a minute. How is lifing you? That part, actually. Right, so what does our girl Renee need to know right now? What do you guys feel like she needs to know right now? Okay. Question to you, Renee. Can I ask you, what's your relationship like with mum? Sorry, I'm like diving straight into it. Like we barely even managed to get a card out, but you know, the downloads are coming through. Oh, that's what's up, Scenario. We love that. We love Great Life. Okay. More snaps for you, girl. I'm doing good. I'm actually feeling good. God is good. Life is amazing. So I feel you on that. Gratitude all around. But yes, Renee. You're funny. I wouldn't say we're super close and lovey-dovey, but it is what it is. Thank you, beautiful. I love, like, you know, just being in like a good space for you too. I like the fact that you can confidently say that like you're in a great space. That's what's up. she has a problem with my honesty. She feels I should agree with her perspective. And when I don't or do what she wants, she tends to get mad. Yeah, because I think the the message is actually for her. Uh, I'm like, why I asked the question is because they were like, so a lot of the stuff that you guys are kind of like navigating through is it doesn't bother me like it used to. That's just where she's at. Like, and I hear you on that. It's good that it doesn't bother you because she's your next assignment, girl. She's your next assignment. That's what I was segueing into. Okay, that's why they asked. I'm gonna unpack the cards, and then we're gonna talk about it. Okay, guys, talk to me now that we got the pleasantries out the way. Talk to me, okay? That is too funny. That is hilarious. That is hilarious. It's interesting there. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Oh, that one just went right through me. So, it's interesting for her because one of the things that I don't want to say she doesn't have, but one of the things that she has in limited capacity is patience. And there is a stage that she's at right now where that particular energy, that spirit, yeah, I figured based on the way I'm viewing her and the way things are unfolding now, yeah, girl, that part. Okay. She's the next assignment. Particularly her spirit of patience. So there's a few things that God has in store for her on the other side, right? But her patience, or lack thereof, like I said, um, is limiting, um, is kind of like stagnating, I guess. And so it's like a little bit of a psycholatry thing as well. That impatience, is kind of stagnating the movement. So it's funny, you know what I mean? Like you want to go faster. God, it's so funny. You're like struggling with impatience, right? And you're like, you want to get there quick, you want to get there quick. But God's like, you know what? Matter of fact, I feel like you should just sit here for a while and think about how you want to move forward. I'm going to put you on thinking time. You know what I mean? And then you're on thinking time for like God knows how long, getting your thoughts right and getting your planning together. But honestly, there's something, three things in particular on the other side of this, that partner. It's like, you need thinking time for this one. I don't think you're making smart decisions here. So we get some thinking time, but seriously, her spirit of patience, is prohibiting her. And the consequence of that, because she tends to have a disregard for consequences, um, literally sitting, she's in a wheelchair now, a lot of reflection indeed. She really can't move forward physically. She's not dealing with her stuff. Yeah. And it's interesting because, so the way that they were showing me was like, it was a perpetual cycle where the impatience is basically causing stagnation, which is kind of causing misery, basically. So it's interesting. The stagnation is obviously the, outcome or the side effect of said, um, situation where she's not exercising the level of patience that she kind of like needs to. But literally it's a timeout essentially. She can have a completely different experience than she's having right now. Okay, guys, talk to me about this then, because they love to give a good assignment, but it's like they just tell you what the assignment is, and you're like, they ask you to leave the classroom, and you're like, okay, well, where's the instructions? How do I do this? And they're like, I don't know, you figure it out. So we're gonna ask some questions, girl. Okay, that part. Right. How does she like? They already have personality clashes because she is an elevated spirit in comparison to her mum's forces that are vibrating at lower frequencies. So that part, girl. Okay. They love to be like, oh, go and do this. And then you're like, okay, I'm game. How? And they're like, figure it out. And I'm like, well, that part I'm not so game for. I mean, I thought you was gonna give me the answers and everything. You sure you don't want to give me the answers? It would just make things so much more easier. You know, forget me having to learn and figure it out. Like, just tell me what it should be, you know? But yeah, we're gonna unpack some cards and see what we can find, girl. Because you know they're about to start talking some riddles, but we'll try and decipher and figure it out. Okay, so right. Okay, so with the situation, how do you guys like suggest that our girl Renee can sort of like fulfill this assignment? Because it's not for lack of trying, but you know how it is dealing with some of these humans, okay? Resistance is futile. Okay. 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 Elaborate on this for me. Okay. 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 Thank you. That's funny. Okay. Interesting. Hmm. Okay. That's interesting then. I think so. One of the things that they're saying is that like your Neptunian energy is going to probably be very crucial in the process of navigating through situations with mom. So, yes, the honesty is definitely a part of the process for you. And the delivery on said honesty, because sometimes she tends to be like defensive straight off the bat as soon as you've even started talking. Like if it's something that she feels like she's not going to want to like how it ends, she just kind of like shuts it down very, very quickly. and there's no room to actually even go or have a conversation flow, it might actually end differently than she perceives that it is when it just starts, but she doesn't let it develop. She's just she's just so quick. So what they are sort of like saying and recommending in the situation is so funny because I'm like getting this download through and it's like proper coming through on this side. It's funny. They're saying for you in the situation, like you literally proper beautiful. It's so funny because like the battle that she's had, it's not even with you. And then even after like you go, she's still having this like quarrel with like the whole situation after the facts. And it's like, bro, it's over. You can calm down now. It's finished. She's still going. So it really like it really isn't you, and it has nothing to do with you per se. I think she's just on edge, just in general, in terms of like just certain situations. I think what they're sort of like saying to you when it comes to her with the situation is that you may need to apply a little bit more patience. You might have to give her what she doesn't have. I know that sometimes it's probably easier, and I'm not gonna lie, like seeing and observing the dynamics between you guys, I get it. I'm sure it's probably easier to just like walk away from a conversation that is basically going nowhere because she would be happy to continue to have that conversation, like literally going nowhere. Like, but she doesn't realize that the conversation isn't going anywhere because she just kind of wants to sort of like put her point across in the dynamics, and nobody's even arguing with her points half the time. Sometimes it's like an expansion on her point. So it's interesting because she doesn't necessarily mean to be that way. She just seems to be like a little bit defensive, and I don't know why she is as defensive. I think she probably just feels a little bit burnt out. You know, I think she feels like she kind of like has to be on edge, basically. It's the only way that she's going to be able to kind of like, I guess, like speak up for herself. It may be a little bit of a shell that she wears at the minute as well to make her feel and appear stronger than what she may really feel actually beneath the surface. So I think that that's what that is. It's kind of like a bravado. So I think for you in navigating through the situation, sometimes when she is basically kind of like, she's used to struggle and disappointment, so she naturally expects everything to be bad. Yeah, and I hear you on that because that's literally like how the conversation seems to be. Guys, give me some actionable guidance for a girl to do on the situation. I know what you're saying about the because this whole patience thing, even with you being patient with her, beautiful, like it's gonna take a while for her to pay that back. Do you see what I'm saying? Like as far as like learning how to exercise patience in certain situations, and what that looks like as well, and how to be able to do it in those situations. So I want to get some additional sort of like guidance in terms of what you can do to assist you in the situation as well. Okay. She stopped living her life, so she's miserable and holding resentment because of that. I know exactly what her issue is. This is in alignment with the way I'm viewing this situation and what I plan to do. Okay. That's perfect. That's perfect. I like the fact that you use the word it's in alignment because that's your guidance. So I guess y'all are aligned, you know. No, I think it's a case of like really just kind of like structuring and reorganizing things. When my ego would get involved, I would get upset and say I'm disowning her and the others. But in my spirit, it's like, nah, give them a different perception spiritually. Yeah. Yeah. I think they need to be able to they need an example, unfortunately the examples that they have is of all these spirits that you see roaming around freely through them. You know, the spirit of misery, the spirit of impatience. It's just not gauged right enough. Like she can be patient, and this is a thing as well. Like mom can be very patient, actually, in certain situations. She's selective with her patience. And it's in the places that it matters most that she seems to be lacking it. But I think by seeing you exercise it, right, and seeing you sort of like put it into practice, that's an exemplary that she will be able to sort of like mirror the behavior. Because I think she's just mirroring and projecting to you what behavior she's literally like seen and receive so far. Yeah, yeah. It's amazing how far I've come with that. I know feelings from the spirit lingers, but emotions come and go 100%, right? Like, I'm just like, seriously? We're going to do all that for a feeling? We're going to have another one of those in like 17 seconds. Can we wait till the next one comes in? Like, are you sure? Is that the feeling you want to move on in this moment? Let's wait 17 seconds and see if another one comes in that's a lot better. Honestly, I feel a lot lighter about it now, and I'm willing to give them a chance. So that's good. I'm glad that you're at that place because, well, this is so beautiful, Mama. This means that you were already, this is just confirmation of everything that you were sensing and feeling, right? This is literally just confirmation. You asked, what do you need to know right now? Before, it was all there as theory and all of these stuff that you know that you were going to be sort of like putting in. Now, no, done. Like you're on the right track. You've been getting the, the downloads. You've been sort of like adhering. Exactly. Emotions are not grounded. Exactly. I'm just like, wait for the next one. Okay. This shit is quicker than flights. Like 17 seconds. It's not even that long. We can do a countdown together. They aren't supposed to be. You have to release them 100%. 100%. They need to flow through the body. They start to stagnate the process when they get stuck and we start to hold on to certain ones, especially the ones that are vibrating low. Yes, these past few weeks, me and my brother's relationship is even better. He was my biggest challenge in life. Oh, wow. I just met his baby girl yesterday. That's amazing. And we had a deep spiritual conversation before that. That's what's up. We love that. Look at God. Whew. And you just feel like that is so amazing. Look at that. Honestly, turnaround time for the relationship with you and mum isn't as long as you would think. I do think that the relationship gradually gets better between the next 2 to 3 years, but I think it's a build up of her being able to like see the value in the things that you're sort of like putting across to her over the course of the next couple of years. And I think it really is about the delivery and the way in which she's able to receive it. Because I'll say this, a lot of the times in the communication, we just want a person to get it, right? We're just like, receive it already. Why is this not computing for you? Get it. But that may not be the natural algorithm of their computer system to be able to process in the same context. Do you see what I'm saying? So that's all that is as well, right? The ego wants to be mad and run away. Exactly that. Exactly. Yes, I feel we will get better, especially the way I'm viewing it now. Amazing. And it will get there. It will get there. I think she's going to actually like I think the moment that you recognize the moment that she sees you differently, because right now she's seeing you behind the filters of all of who she had been conditioned to be up until this point, right? And those are slowly going to be coming down. But I think she needs, I guess, I don't want to call it support because I think she definitely does. Go for it, Real Summer. You're not until the last on the list. I can star it. I used to be so strict in alpha about that, but no. Yeah. Yeah, I think she's growing, and unfortunately, you've outgrown her a long time ago. Emotionally, she's still stunted in a lot of different ways, and she's still learning and trying to figure certain things out. So give her, I guess, the grace of like the fact that unfortunately she didn't break herself. You know what I mean? The adults around her broke her too, just like she's kind of like projecting essentially a lot of that brokenness in the space, but it's not personal towards you. I was still a supernova as a child, and oh boy, I had it worse with her. I can imagine, because then you're a child, so you have like no voice. Um, so even as a child, I bothered her a lot. Yeah, I had the same issue. um, of course, it was never truly me. That was her issue. No, it's not. It's not. It's actually all the qualities of you that reminds her of who she actually is, the pieces of herself that she chose not to necessarily accept just yet. So those are the things that she's actually conflicted with and battling with internally. I think, right, one of the things that helped me at the stage when my mum was my assignment, and like it was taking me a minute. My mom's Jamaican. Okay. um, and I think one of the things for myself that really sort of like assisted me with the process was really just like letting her know that I am you. You know what I mean? Like, I'm all the things that you have the potential to be, but choose not to. And that's literally, I know you really went through it, girl. Listen, trust me. When you were speaking about like being a supernova since you were little, I'm like, girl, I see you. Okay. Same situation here. It was just literally, it's one of those things where once I started to kind of like let her know that, it's not anything that is intimidating, like I'm not better than, I'm not less than, I'm just me, and I'm an extension of you. All of the things that you see me do is potential that you had. It's whether or not you chose to activate that junk DNA, as they call it, right? I'm out here trying to like put on all the lights in my DNA. I'm like, shit, what else can I turn on? You know? But yeah, like it's just one of those things. I think that because one of her things is that she's a straight shooter as well. She's very blunt. So your honesty and hers kind of like, can be a little bit like combative. She is very, very intimidated by what she perceives me as 100%. 100%, because she's not taking into consideration that the power that you possess is power that literally like came from her, like literally. Like I had to boost my mum's confidence and self-esteem, and like I had to help her work through these things because this was the stuff that was causing these low vibrating spirits. Like the spirit of misery loves my mom. Loves my mom. So I get you. She has so many amazing qualities, and I've told her that a lot. And notice she get up a bit, that part. It's not too late for her. She got her guides give her dreams exactly of herself walking again and dancing. See, this is the stuff. When I see her in the dream realm, she is always walking, never in a wheelchair. And I love that for her, because this is a physical manifestation. Like, this is the thing, like when we have contracts basically with certain low vibrating spirits, like it manifests, man. That's what actually manifests the illnesses for us, unfortunately, you know. But yeah, like the spirit is free. The spirit isn't limited by all of these, I guess, capabilities and incapabilities of the physical realm and the physical body. So, but for the most part, like, you guys will get through it. Okay, beautiful. You guys have got like a solid 2 years ahead where things, you know, it's still a bit of a turning point and you guys are navigating through the pivot. But on the other side, you guys are like, okay, like it's a good supportive unit. Okay, my love. I hope that that was useful for you. BTW, I'm going to go to the loo, y'all. I need to, my water just went through. Oh, sorry, I'm going to have a Skittle. That part, 100%. And that you're on the right track as well, beautiful. Oh, thank you. Thank you. That was a nice general for you. And thank you for your honesty as well, because it makes all the difference in terms of how the energy and conversation can flow in this space as well. You know, I know sometimes when, because I do it as well, sometimes when I'm reading, it's like, well, I don't want to hear that. Tell me what I want to hear. But what I want to hear isn't the answer. So I have to take the read. So thank you for being open. Thank you. Okay. Right. So I don't think Rachel's here. Can we get her off the list? Haven't seen her in a while. And then we've got Ultra Ego after you. And then we've got The Real Summer. Okay. I didn't see Shauna come back, but I am going to post her question out there. Ideally, I would have liked to have like had a chat, but hey. Libra world. Give me a second, mama. I'm going to go to the loo. So my channel wasn't intercepted with thoughts of me needing to go to the loo. Shauna, I literally just said, girl, I was like, I don't know. I don't know what's happening with Shauna. But I'm glad that you back, girl. Okay. Because I was literally just saying I would prefer to speak to you in person to be able to unpack this stuff. Libra world, don't worry, mama. Don't go nowhere. I did, girl, because I was literally just like, I need to speak to her, because there may be some stuff here that we need to unpack together. On that note, though, I have to go. I have to get to the toilet. I've been drinking water. Oh, damn, Rachel. Well, my bad. Sorry. No, you have not. The guys are funny. Every time I do this, and I'm like, oh, this person isn't here. Let's just remove them off the list. They're like, oh no, that part, Mina. They do this to me all the time, every week. My ass ain't been in here for like a couple of weeks, and they're still coming with the stuff. The same stuff. It's not your turn yet, Rachel. You can post your question and I'll star it for when we do get round to you. But we've still got Shana, who we're going to go with because she was a donation, but she wasn't necessarily here. Libra, I've starred yours. Don't worry. We're going to come back to you as soon as I finish Shana. And then we're going to sort of like go back into the flow of everything. And Mina, can we get Rachel back on the list, please? Thank you. Thank you. My bad, Rachel. Your guys was like, put some respect on her name. I'll be back. That's too funny. Snap. Okay, y'all. I'm back. That part. Okay. I'll post. I'll hold that. Shauna, did you press your question? Let me scroll up the chat and see where we are. Oh, Shauna, you can post your question, babe. Yeah, post your question. You're probably typing. Yeah, I see you did place that back, Mina. Thank you so much. That's so funny. I need to stop doing that because people's guides are just like, hey, what are you doing? Oh, yes, I did have your thingy starred as well, actually. There we go. Shauna. Right, beautiful. Let's go ahead and dive into it, shall we? Okay. What do you see coming for Shauna in love? Okay. Some delays. Talk to me. Thank you. Okay. My question to you, Shauna, babe. Do you have the capacity right now for romance? Let me ask you that question. Because they're like, Does she even have the time? Do you have the time for like somebody else? Do you have the time for emotional investment in someone else at the minute? Because I have to put that out there first, because they're saying that's a part of the delays that you're experiencing at the minute. They're saying that's a part of the delays that you're experiencing at the minute, right? Um, for the most part, the delays isn't going to be constant. It's just going to be prolonged. It's a prolonged little process. Um, you're a little picky. You're a little picky too. So they're obviously trying to find the right suitors as well, um, coming your way. Let's unpack it properly. Okay, so talk to me a little bit about this, guys. What do you mean? Oh, thank you. Okay. 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 Hmm. My suggestion to you, because we were speaking about this earlier, one of the things that is stagnating your manifesting of this partner is the limitations and the restrictions. Again, the little picky thing, right? There are certain things that you want, but it the way that it comes to you. So it's like, for instance, you want someone who's confident, but they may have a little stench of arrogance, okay, which is just confidence overexpressed, right? It's like overstimulated confidence that is now in the place of arrogance. Um, that shouldn't be something that puts you off per se. It's just something that has to be gauged and worked with in the right way. So they're saying that some of these things are going to be a factor in terms of you being able to find a sustainable relationship. Um, they're not saying not to be picky, but they are saying to try and make sure that you're not deviating too far from the goal, which is to be able to obviously come into union with someone in any situation, because this is how they're putting it across to me, so I have to relay it the way that they're giving it to me. In any situation, you're going to find that you're dealing with certain characteristics, flaws, right? That a person's kind of like navigating through, and as long as they're willing, God is going to place them in the right place with the right people, i.e., yourself, that is willing to be able to work through certain things. One of the things we just finished speaking about with this was the spirit of patience. So I think for yourself, sometimes you can be a little bit hasty to jump ship, okay? And they are saying sometimes you kind of like need to not overextending your stay, but sometimes you need to give things some time to really reveal itself to you, instead of being assumptive in a situation when a person kind of trips. Because sometimes they're saying in certain situations in the past, people have kind of they've just self-sabotaged. It's stuff that they hadn't necessarily realized per se, but those things definitely shifted like how you engaged in certain situations moving forward. And they're saying it shouldn't, but it's going to. Obviously, we know that already, because I hate it when they tell me like, oh, shouldn't this and you shouldn't that, and I'm just like, bruh, I'm human. Like, I'm literally in this body and it processes all these hormones. So this is just the day that we're having today. This is just what it is. Like, tell me how to navigate that. One of the things that I'd say as well, because they're saying that the karma that you're creating, the delays, is essentially as a result of all of these restrictions that you do have, and some of this stuff, you kind of somewhat go into situations with you've got high standards with low expectations. So what I mean by that is that your standards are up here, but it seems that you almost go into situations preempting disappointments in certain places. So you kind of like play out the narrative and tell a script in a certain type of way. And that also affects the breakdown in communication. Yeah, it also affects the breakdown in the communication. Girl, you getting in on these downloads. Hell yeah, girl. Okay, you guys are like transmitting all the information over to here so we can like get this dialogue flowing. But they're saying one of the aspects of the situation that had kind of like caused you to kind of like get to this place of refuge is your tendency to have breakdowns in communication. Sometimes you're very passionate in terms of like certain things that you're expressive about, and because you're so passionate, sometimes you can take like disregard, I guess, for the person's feelings and how the information may land, right? They're saying that that type of dynamic isn't necessarily conducive to some of the things that you want in a relationship. So that's something that you're going to have to sort of like continue to work through. So they're saying that there's things that you're working through as well, right? Which is actually sort of like optimizing you to the vibration of because they're showing me the genetic sequence is basically being updated as well, like as you're kind of like navigating through some of these shifts, right? So that you can mirror the type of partner that you want. The person that you want is about 18 months or so away, in terms of like the type of partnership experience that you really want to be able to sort of like have. Doesn't necessarily mean you're not going to have other situations along the way. It's just that this person for you is the person that's your teammate. Like you guys ride the waves together, and situations are a lot more clear. It's not confusing. You guys are on the same page about what it is that you want. But I think right now you also are clarifying what it is that you want and exactly how it looks, because it's not always going to appear how we want it to, right? Like I said, the whole equation that I gave to you about like the confidence, I've experienced that myself, and I'm to be fair, I'm the type to jump ship, but sometimes I jump ship temporarily. And then I'm back in my ship. I'm like, oh, it's warm over here. I tried that other ship. It was real cold. It's cold. It wasn't for me. But I think with the situation for you, sometimes the enthusiasm to actually work through some of the challenges that shows up in these situations is lacking. And I think that that's the thing that's actually going to assist. But I think one of the things that they're saying as well, what's also important to that equation is for you to find the right person to motivate you enough for you to be enthusiastic about carrying out certain work, and like growing and developing together. So, yeah. Some of the things that they're going to be sort of like working with you on over the course of the next 17 months is like the defensiveness, because sometimes you can be a little bit guarded. You can be, like I said, just a little bit on edge, kind of like expecting the worst in a situation, hoping for the best nonetheless. But it's almost like there's a two-edged sword that you're kind of like navigating through. And listen, it's a sword, so both ends are sharp. Like either way, you're gonna get poked. You see what I'm saying with that one? So I think for you in navigating through the process of everything, you are going to have at least a good few. I want to say anywhere between 3 to 5 potential interests between now and then. Yeah, it's I want to say I know because, like, I saw the tension of how your body, like, it's your nervous system. I think you have to get better at your ability to communicate when you're in that state of passion, like I said, because sometimes when you're passionate, the surge of energy that is flowing through your nervous system, it becomes a little bit discombobulated for you to kind of like navigate and process. I would definitely recommend like breathing. Sounds like so basic, but it helps to oxygenate the mind, which then helps to send other sort of like signals of like calm, relaxed states to the nervous system, just to sort of like bring you down a little bit, right? Because sometimes when you see, like how I said to you, like been through lots of trauma since childhood, nervous system is shot, girl. I can imagine. Okay. Like, yeah, I'm Pisces. So I feel you. Okay. But I think this is the right place for you to be, beautiful. This is definitely the right place for you to be, like right where you are right now. Like, even though you're navigating through like some minor delays, because it's not really delays, it's kind of like the work is continuing itself. Do you see what I'm saying? You're just moving towards it. If anything, you just continue to get closer and closer to that goal in terms of the manifestation that you'd like it to be, right? um there you go. There you go. Definitely, that's going to help you. That's going to help you, because the nervous system being shot in navigating through a lot of these types of like difficult conversations that has to be had. Like, these things are going to come up in relationships, right? Of any sorts, right? But the way in which they're being managed, it's almost like they're basically saying these are the areas that you're out of alignment with some of the things that you want. So they're like, yeah, it's great that you've got all these standards, but you're not vibrating at said frequency just yet. You still have some behavioral patterns that you still have to optimize to be able to obviously quantum leap onto that kind of experience and timeline. So I'd say the forecast is looking good. I'd say the forecast is looking good. For me, though, I'm not gonna lie, like, I'm usually like enthusiastic, running into darkness until I find a reason to be realistic. That Neptunian energy, okay, it's right for faith. That's essentially literally why God had to place that in there. We needed that Neptunian energy because, like, sometimes we just need to dismiss what the situation may appear to be and just decide to create something else in spite of what it appears to be. So I think sometimes because you are like expecting the worst in a situation, it can cause you to overreact. And those are some of the things that they're trying to sort of like work on, because what you want and that pattern of behavior doesn't coexist in the same timeline. So those things are basically being optimized at the minute. Let's see. What do you kind of like advise Shana to do as she kind of navigates the next 18 months? Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Okay, scenario. I'll check it out for you in a sec, Mama. So okay. I think we've got that. Yeah, we've got that. Good stuff. We'll get you added to the donation list as well. They're saying with the situation, my love, the best thing that you can do as far as like working your light, working your magic during this time. Gosh, thank you for breaking it down for me like this. Now I know what to actually work on. I've healed so much since divorce, but I figured there was more since a new partner hasn't manifested 100% beautiful. But don't worry, like the thing is, it's almost like what's coming for you in essence, because there were some bad habits developed in like the previous situation. So some of that is being bleeded out as well. That's what the time is for. The downtime is for that as well, and you can continue to do the work that you're doing on self in preparation for it. But they're saying like the advice for you. Oh, sorry, I literally just got like this one was really interesting. That download as it came through was, yeah, that was, love that. Sorry, I love a good download. I know that makes me a weirdo, but hey, snap. This is the right place to be weird. Mothering yourself. They're saying that that's the recommendation for you during this process, and the way in which you're going to have to do it is to, as you mother yourself, you kind of like find that that gives you some of the qualities that you're looking for, some of those nurturing capabilities in terms of the way in which you communicate when you are potentially triggered in a situation, right, through the mothering, and just kind of like giving some of that, I guess, support to self and like feeding the feminine energy within self. You're going to be sort of like called to be able to pour that out in your next situation. So this is essentially training camp. Consider this season training time. And I definitely believe it's going to make such a difference to like where things are for you on the other side of this, where it feels a lot more like impenetrable. Um, yeah, it feels a lot more impenetrable. I think there's some scars that have definitely like healed. Um, but I think there are some wounds that hasn't necessarily been given enough because they were like reactionary. How can I put it? They were conditioned behaviors. So these weren't necessarily your natural nature, but these were things that were developed in these types of environments. Like I said, past relationship, um, there was some bad behavior in terms of the way in which you guys interacted with each other. And it caused you to respond in certain ways to situations. You still need to, that software is being updated, basically, for lack of a better way of putting it. And it's actually being updated on the behavioral level. Emotionally, you're not necessarily in the place because you never were this person, anyways. This was just who you were conditioned to be based on the environments that you had experienced prior to, right? And as you are no longer in those, you're not being incubated, you're not being cooked in those types of environments anymore. Now you're going to be really finding yourself being able to actually be who you are. Like, and I have to say, actually be who you are, because I think that you had to be in survival for a minute, like a real hot second, girl. And I think that where you find yourself in a safe space with someone who makes you feel okay to be vulnerable, um, doesn't raise their voice. Um, he doesn't necessarily dismiss your feelings, but he also doesn't feed into some of those feelings as well, right? Very, very good at calming you down. And I think it's because of the level of respect. There's a mutual respect that you have for each other. So I think it's just one of those things, like as you kind of continue to move forward, um, It'll get better. It's just a process, I guess. There's a lot of work ahead of you. I'll say that. Okay. Yes, all I've known is survival mode. My brain is always looking for the next disappointment 100%. And I could see that in your patterns. And that's why the manifesting almost wasn't necessarily, it's your counter manifesting essentially. Like your conscious mind is manifesting the best outcome for you, but then in the unconscious, the expectation is disappointment. So the two coming together and merging to create the manifestation, the unconscious is 95% of the manifesting process because it's the default setting. So it's actually more probable. So yeah, I'm sure you're going to work on that throughout the process. And I think what I said to you, like the breathing, literally, like because it oxygenates the mind, it exercises the neurology. Because when we kind of like get tense, that happens within the mind as well. Our pathways neurologically becomes very tight. And when we breathe, that opens up space, literally opens up space for us to be able to sort of see a little bit more as well, literally. So yeah, I think as you go through the process with the mothering, you'll find all the qualities you'll develop personally in your own experience of yourself in a way that you can pour into your relationship moving forward in the way that you would like to have a relationship. Because as much as you want it, you weren't necessarily vibrating at that frequency entirely. You were vibrating in terms of intent and desire, but as far as some of the other emotions, on the emotional plane, you weren't necessarily there yet because you were counter manifesting subconsciously. On the physical plane, in terms of behavior, obviously you're still breaking away from old behavioral patterns that you had developed. So now I really think that as you continue to move forward, you'll see all the right changes in the right time and places. Like I think 7 months from now, you feel a little bit more hopeful. Like the enthusiasm that I'm speaking about starts to develop then about 7 months from now. And you actually like can sense the promise ahead. So yeah. I hope that that was useful for you, beautiful. Dang. Okay. Thank you for that, Mina. I appreciate you, beautiful. Okay. Scenario. Right. So let me get your question up. Okay. So that's okay, beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. Trust me, I could have gone into like so much more. This is why my readings are so long. I could have gone into so much more. So if you ever want to stop back into a space at any time, feel free. Yeah. Because there's so much, like as you continue to go and grow into it, there's like little things that will come up and you'll kind of be able to sort of see. Night, beautiful. Thank you for hanging out with us. It was a cute little Monday night with you. Okay, so we are going to, yeah, definitely, for sure. We'd love to have you join us in this space. Okay, so scenario says, have I experienced delays career-wise solely because I don't have a degree? Yes. Yes and no. Yes and no. We're going to unpack it. I never had the urge to go, so I stopped. It was draining. Tell me about it, Mama. Oh, God. Sorry. You know, when you can relate though, trust me, because like I did the whole, I tried to do that 2021, tried to do that 2009. Just gosh, it's one of those things. But God is in a season right now where, because the requirements basically externally is society has all of these requirements and recommendations and all of these things. If you do want to get to the next level does require some of these things essentially. So this is why I said yes and no. It may not necessarily have to be a degree per se, but it does need to be some official accreditation that is nationally recognized, potentially even internationally recognized if you can find something. Because I literally, when I tell you, okay, the weekend before, when I was tapping into what you're sensing is 2024 timelines. Okay, your 2024 assignments are coming in. That's what that is. Because this whole little situation, like, I've been navigating potentially through that since last month, and I just didn't even like, I didn't even quarrel. I just signed up for a course and got started. I'm like, okay, shit, if I'm gonna have to do it, let me get started. So yes, doesn't necessarily have to. That's why I said yes and no. Doesn't necessarily have to be a degree per se, but what it is. Okay, when you say career, talk to me about that. What exactly is it that is said chosen career? Because I know you've got many skill sets and talents that you're working with, girl. So that we can sort of like really break that down a little bit in context. All right. So let me have a skittle while you type. Okay. Both of those business consulting doesn't necessarily require a degree per se, but it does require an approved qualification. People are fickle. I don't know how else to put it to you, beautiful. God's trying to position us, but the people around us don't see what God has ordained us to be able to do. So they need these pieces of paper. I think that there may be shorter courses or routes that you can take to get yourself anchored to some sort of government body or something that gives you that authority within the field. I think the business consulting is going to be easier than the sales engineer in tech to some degree. Easier, not easy. I'm going to be clear on that. But yeah, let's go and unpack it. I think if you go and have a look and see what your options are for both, and find, I would say, find the, yeah, girl, tell me about it. Find the courses that actually gives you the opportunity to learn how you learn, because that was the thing for me. Before, when I did the whole, like, I can't do the whole just sitting down and doing the lectures, and that's not me. That's not, listen, I like some flavor, okay? Like, Let's do something. I'm a practical learner. Let's do some practical stuff, right? So I think you have to find the right program, the right course, the right situation that's going to work for you, that also gives you the level of authority that you want, so that people can see you the way that God has created you for what you're ordained to do. It's so annoying because it's like getting double qualified. It's like God already tested your heart and saw that you were capable to do so much. But unfortunately, this is the world that we live in. So, what do you guys sort of like advise? Yeah, with the tarot. What do you guys advise, Scenario? Thank you. Okay. They said be stealthy about the material world. It's just a part of the process, beautiful. And for some of the 2025 timelines, because that's really when you see some of these assignments that we've got and we're executing all these things. The 2025 timelines is really when we get to live the experience of those things. Bixby, come out my business. Go report in my shit. But the 2025 timelines is really the timelines that are going to see the shifts and change sort of like take place. So they're saying it's just about being stealthy about the material world. Where you are right now, it is leaving you limited, basically, to what you're capable of doing and what you can do because of the circumstances of the odds that are stacked against you, in essence, right? But you can optimize some of these odds into balancing into your favor. Okay. It doesn't necessarily have to be a degree. They're saying it doesn't necessarily have to be that, but it does need to be some level of see what it's going to take within both fields, right? Like to be able to get the recognition, to practice in the way that you'd like to be able to practice with consistency. Yeah, people are fickle. They're saying it's just a rite of passage, but it's actually going to open so many doors for you on the other side. Okay. 2024 timelines, mama. Okay. Don't worry about it. You got this, girl. I know it didn't necessarily feel like you the first time, but that was a different situation at a different time. And it was a different you at that time. Like literally, that's how I feel. I literally tried like maybe even 2 years ago. And for me, I realized it was a wrong course, wrong situation. And now I found what it is that I need to be sort of putting that energy into. You know what I mean? You've got your things, like you know the two things that you want to be sort of like focusing on. So dive into it. Dive into it. Seek out the paths. Literally, I'm telling you, when I say that, 100%, 100%, 100%. And I think also in order for you to be able to do some of the things that you want to do, to the scale at which you want to do them, this is just a necessary part. There we go, girl. There we go. Done. Done. There we go. I love how you go. Can we get some like applauses for our classmates? I'm telling you, like everybody's coming in here like fully knowing what the assignment is and like being on par intuitively with everything. Like my people, we're in the right circle. Okay. So that's good. That's definitely going to help with the trajectory of where everything's going for you. And I think once you actually get this done, how long, girl, listen, trust me, okay? Because you talk to people half the time and they're like, oh, yeah, I should really do that. I should really do that. I should really And by the time the fifth time, you're like, bruh, I played this scene like 5 times already. Can we get to the doing? So nice to see that we're at the doing and we're like doing stuff over here. Like it's lovely, it's amazing. And I think that's just the climate that we're in as well at the minute. Like God's like, listen, I gave y'all some time off. I let y'all go on like your time. You decided that it wasn't for you then, but you don't get to go past go. Like you don't get to have another go around the board. Okay? There's Monopoly. We don't get to pass go. We got to stay in jail. And that jail may also involve basically, like they said, being stealthy about the material world. Okay. But I'm sure that is definitely going to be useful for you. How is your course at the minute, my love? How's your program? Do you like it? Is it feeling more like you? You feel like you got the right thing down now, where it actually like makes sense to be in that type of environment? Yeah. I know there was like a few questions in there all at once, but they were all like open questions, well, closed questions actually. So they were all yes or no's, you know. So. But yeah, safe to say that you're on the right track. Beautiful. I'm gonna go to question number 2. Question number 2. Oh, I got an offer as a flight attendant for a regional airline. What does Spirit want me to know regarding that? I set a goal of how much to save for it before the year ends. Oh, what should I know? Perfect. Perfect. Love that. Oh my God, girl, you saying my favorite word. That's how I manifested mine too. God knows. I love free. When I got the assignment, I was like, okay, cool. I'm going to go figure out how to get this for free. Show me the way. And I did. Period. Again, my people. Okay. But yes. Help with interviews and getting the job done. That is what's up. Oh, look at that. Look at you and supporting Black business. Oh gosh, look at that. I love that. Love, love, love. Love. God is doing amazing out here. I love the second question. Look at you manifesting and elevating, girl. That's what's up. Love that. Okay, so I'm even going to use this deck to start it off with. Okay, so our girl got the flight attendant gig, right? Great little situation, but we want to actually sort of we want to get some clarity on what you guys like need her to know in regards to that situation, because y'all know the goals, y'all know the assignments. What's the tea, y'all? Okay. Ooh, okay. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Interesting. That part. Okay. Okay. It's interesting. So, one of the things that they were sort of like really sort of putting into perspective, first of all, definitely, it was funny when I looked over at the screen and you was like, yeah, we know the goal is like leaving the nest, because they were like literally breaking bondage, right? Breaking bondage. Okay, breaking bondage. And the indecision about it, that's going to be a thing of the past. Like, that's definitely going to be a thing of the past by the time this situation sort of like comes into manifestation. So you'll be in a good position with it. It's going to be a lot of hard work, though. I'm not going to lie, because they're showing me the undertone of this is definitely like 10 of one's energy, which is literally, girl, you're going to work yourself until you have nothing left. Okay? You're going to work yourself until you have nothing left. And then, another aspect to the situation that they were showing me as well is that the goal is ultimately the goal is ultimately to actually execute the goal. They said, make sure you don't get too greedy along the way. That's what they'd like you to know. Okay, make sure you don't get too greedy along the way. Because they're clearing the path basically for certain things ahead for you. And obviously you have to keep vibrating, with all those higher vibrations. Yeah. Yeah, because you're gonna have a lot going on. You're gonna have a lot going on. So I think that them saying don't get too greedy is like, don't let it be solely focused on, the goals as well. There's other goals that are also okay. So what they mean by greedy is, and that's why I was like trying to sort of like put into context as well, because I felt the same thing as well, like in terms of breaking down that picture. So with the many things that you want to be doing, right? Well, the many things you want and need to be doing because of the plans that you have further ahead. We're talking about the future timelines, right? Um, with those things that you have sort of, it kind of feels like you're trying to basically get there a lot quicker, I guess. Um, some things may be like a little bit further extended out on the timeline than you potentially would naturally anticipate. So it's about finding the right balance of focusing on the goal, but also having self-care goals as well, making sure that you're not overexerting yourself as well, because literally the undertone of this is 10 of one's energy. Beneath the 10 of wands, we have the 10 of swords, okay, just to get to the emperor. Okay, so that's like solid foundation that you're looking for and that you're building may come at the cost of you literally burning yourself out. Okay, so you just got to be mindful of that. I think that's what they're saying. Like, don't be too greedy and be focusing on what the goals are and like money goals and all of these things that you want to be doing, right? Because, girl, I feel like this is low key a read for my ass too. I'm telling you, because that's one of the things that I've been like trying in my mind to think about, because the goal is the goal. Like, that part, right? That part. Okay. That part. 100%. Um, but I think it's just one of those things where they're just like, don't overexert yourself. Just like what you said there, obviously, okay, they don't fly, they don't get paid. It's like, once you finish doing this stuff that you're doing, how long's your course as well, your program? Let me understand that. I'm the same. I'm the same. Girl, you like me. Mine is self-paced too. And I'm literally taking my time. But you meet the goals. It's going to come with a bit of a juggling act, right? But amazing. My last one's due on the 31st. Interesting enough. I can get a better opportunity and still relocate. 100%. Because that's another part of the situation. You still will be able to. So I won't be traveling in poor, girl. No, you won't be. I'll tell you that for free. I think once you get this part of the situation out of the way, it definitely like presents a lot more opportunities. And some of the like doors that had been closed before, I think that's why they're saying don't overexert yourself, because there are going to be so many opportunities that are going to be open to you that you're going to want to have to pick at everything. Okay. Scenario said Beyonce works at a hospital bed. Well, we don't want you to go hospital, babe. Okay. I'm the same. Honestly, I completely get it. When you got a goal in mind, like you're just like execute. So I fully grasp that. But yeah, they're saying just try not to overwork yourself too much in the context of everything. And I think you'll find that the manifesting for you happens a lot more effortlessly as well, right? It happens a lot. You'll start to see like within the first 6 weeks of like completing this, you start to really get into a flow of generating clientele, because they help you sort of like find work and stuff as well. So within the first 6 weeks, you'll get something. I work from the hospital. I need that coin. I said the same thing to my guys. Telling you, we are peoples. Definitely Virgo energy. I was about to say telling a Virgo not to work. I was about to say that's my Virgo rising. I had surgery and I was like, I was limping down the stairs. I was like, I need to get home. I got work tomorrow. Okay. I know my why. That part. Exactly that. That's what I say. That's what I say, girl. Okay. Leo moon. Saggy rising. Listen. I love that combo. Amazing. Okay. But no, it's going to be lit. You're going to have lots of opportunities, lots of options to choose from. Within 6 weeks, you've already got work from the course. And it's on and popping from there. It's looking good, mama. It's looking good. Don't forget us small folks. Come back and see us, won't you? No, seriously, you're going to be so busy, though. Seriously. Like, life on the 2024 timelines are looking completely different for you. 100%. You laugh, but I'm being serious, okay? You're going to be like, yeah, busy. I think Libra World put their question out there a while ago. I think I've got it. I've still got their question, but hopefully they are here so that they can get like involved, I guess. I'm kind of excited for that though. I love myself. I love chaos. Me too, right? But I feel like other people aren't as enthusiastic to rummage through it with me. So they're like, oh my God, Why does it have to be like this? But hate it at the same time. That's me too. That part. I'm like, I thrive. This is what I literally had to have that conversation with my mom. I was like, I'm so sorry. I thrive in chaos. It's the conditions that made me like excel in life. So it's just what it is. You know, it's just what it is. I would like it to be something else, but I realize that I thrive in chaos. So it's a condition that makes me the strongest and most resilient. And it kind of activates a lot of those qualities. So, girl, you're going to be good at it. Make sure you get some sleep as well, sis. Seriously. Seriously. Because you become a real busy bee. And it's exciting. I love that for you. Those are good problems to have. Okay. 100%. But thank you for coming in and like sharing that space, Mama. I'm so glad. Like with everything that's going on, it seems like these 2024 timelines. Oh my God. Listen, by the time God's finished with us, we're all going to be like stepping in. We've all checked into our greatness. And we're like, hey, how are you doing? That's amazing. I love that for y'all. Oh, my people. Okay, so Libra, are you here, Libra world? I've got your question starred, but I'm not sure if you're still here. I wouldn't be surprised if you're gone as well, to be fair. Oh. Come back and let us know as well. Like, stop in and let us know how everything sort of starts going as well. This is so exciting. I'm excited for you, girl. Yes. Okay. So, Libra world, are you here? Too much? Oh my gosh. I was just thinking about what's her name? Ultra Ego. Don't worry, Ultra Ego. Only 2 more after Libra world. And if Libra world isn't here, Mina, post your question. If anything, I will do Libra world's reading. There we go. There we go, Libra world. Thank you. Okay, because I was about to say, I know, I see her, Mina. Thank you. Because we're about to like circle back. Okay, so damn, is that the time already? Oh my God, I'm starting to get sugar rush as well from the scales. Because I'm realizing I'm starting to feel wide awake and a bit perky. But yes, okay, so general read for Libra world. Oh, the real Summer J. You can put your question out there as well, Mama. You asked earlier, but I'll just star it. And then when we get to you, at least I can then just start reading because we've only got, I don't know if Rachel's still here as well, because I know she popped in a while ago. But Mina's here, then we've got Rachel and Ultra Ego. Okay, so give me a general read for Libra. Libra. Clairsentient. Okay. 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 Thank you. Who are you fighting with, Libra Moon? Libra World, I should say. So it was interesting because there was a couple of things that they were showing me as I was kind of like coming into the read for you. They were showing me aspects of situation where teamwork was disregarded in a situation that was initially quite fulfilling. But it's kind of like there was I want to say a breakdown in communication, right? There was a disagreement, if you will, of some sort that you're kind of like navigating through right now. I'm not sure if it's friendship or family dynamic. Half of my building and daughter father, damn. Ouch. I get why they said friendship and family. Literally. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Damn. Oh, girl. There's a lot because at the bottom of the deck, like the undertone of this is justice. Like this is what's playing out here. Like the tone and theme of this is like justice has to be served, which means that like all parts basically has to be played out. Okay, let's talk about it then, guys. Y'all brought it to the table. Let's unpack it. So, talk to me about this. How do you see all of this kind of playing out with legal world? Yeah, thank you. And I hear that. And I understand that, actually. Okay. Interesting. Went off on this lady after she was bullying me for 3 years, and once I went off, I was called the bully. Yeah, that's how that works. That's how that works. Projected energy. Yeah. It's so irritating when those themes kind of like play out. You've got a little bit of a long road ahead, I'm not going to lie to you, with this situation. Yeah, it's for the most part, it seems like, you know, this person, they lie as well. They call it truth bending, actually. Hey, these demons are getting brave, I'm telling you. She has a way of bending the truth. We'll go with that. And that's going to continue to cause some issues within your own home situation and alignment, right? Because your value systems aren't the same. Her moral compass is very skewed, just in terms of the way that she kind of like navigates stuff, and what you've got going on with your daughter's father as well. That is a part of this justice that's being served as well. He's a little bit resentful, right? He feels a little bit resentful. He feels resentful. I got proof of doing stuff. She bold-faced said it was not her with her face in the cam. Oh, that is too funny. That is too funny. Those types of demons, I'm telling you. I'm shooketh upon. I'm glad to know that you're here, Rachel. We wasn't sure if you were sort of like in the building at any point. So it's good to know that you are still here. We've got Mina next, and then it's you. So that's good. Okay, so with his situation, to be fair, right? it's so interesting because did the situation with BD, did that start to develop before or after the lady? Because there's some energy transference that's taking place here, and I want to understand where is the starting point with this dynamic for you. She says that she eats her giant skill. No shame in my game. After. Okay. Okay. There was an. Okay. Oh, damn, girl. Are you burning any candles for protection? Shit. Seriously. Praying, covering yourself, keeping, because obviously she's using the element of fire basically to like charge her intention, which acts as a force to be able to carry her will and move it in accordance to what she wants. I had weird dream about her the other yard, and then blessed bracelet pop out of nowhere. Oh damn. Oh snap. She's drawing your blessings in that case, or at least like blocking them. Jealousy. Is this to do with jealousy? What's the undertone? Like, what's her motive? Okay, guys. So it's going to cause a breakdown in the home, breakdown in just the different value systems noted, right? Like, okay. What do you guys sort of like advise our girl to do? Ooh. Okay. Okay, we'll put this into context for me then. Sorry, I'm like trying to get some clarity because they're saying like the best thing to do is like walking away from certain situations because it's going to cause further delays to certain things that you're meant. These things just basically, it's like the devil basically like uses different people, different agents, if you will. He activates agents. That's why I'm trying to understand like her motivation. So the devil, if he sees that a person has like an element of jealousy or competition in their heart towards you, then he can activate that person as an agent for him, essentially, to attack you. Press charges on daughter in the past. So have order protection, don't want him, just want him to be father. But if he be better father to my daughter, she won't let him see her daughter. Oh, no. Well, that is complicated. Okay. That would be baby mom. That's her jealousy. Okay. So you've got an agent of jealousy. You got a bully, so you've got a jealous, spirit of anger, because that one's an aggressor. This one's she's in competition with her own self because nobody don't even want her man. That part. And then I hate it when people do shit like that. It's like you are in competition with yourself. Don't nobody want him. Okay, you can have him. I just want him to be there for my daughter. Okay, because that part. So and then over here you've got a little puppet because BD, he's a puppet for this little jealous agent over here. Oh God, this is quite the conundrum, beautiful. Oh, dude. Okay, guys, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. What is our girl to do with this? Because this is a whole lot going on. Yes, okay, reclaim power. We get that, right? That part. No, like, the thing about it is, she's better for him because at least she is like, she's just as manipulative. Okay, so at least he met his match. Okay, and it's about time his ass got some manipulation, so karma can become right again. All the manipulation that he put out there can be poured back into him. It's just unfortunate because it's kind of like causing like unfortunate wounds, like for your daughter who's an innocent in the situation. She clearly must have some daddy issues herself to even be in a position where she wants to beef with you about this. But the devil is a whole lie, girl, a whole lie. Again, we got the justice card at the bottom of the deck. This is so interesting. I'm going to say this to you. The truth is going to come out. It will be in your favor, but it's going to be very heavily delayed because you're dealing with a lot of conniving, manipulative, really low vibrating spirits. Like, oh my God. Like, these types of spirits would be birthed in cesspools. Like, these are the worst of the worst, okay? They have no shame in their game. They don't care. Um, it is going to end ultimately in your favor, but there's going to be a lot of back and forth for a good little period of time. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So they're saying, you know, things are going to turn in your favor. The wheel, I guess, is turning. The tides aren't necessarily where you'd like them to be just yet, right? They're not necessarily where you'd like them to be just yet, but good fortune is coming and it's on the horizon. I think she's done things as far as the neighbor with her whole face in the cam, as far as evidence and proof. So you've got that. And then the situation with BD, I think her and her manipulative ways, she's actually going to push him to the point where he just shuts down eventually. Like she's pushing and pushing and pushing to the point where she's going to push too hard, and there'll be something that, you know, how they talk about the straw that breaks the camel's back. There'll be something that basically like puts him out the door altogether, where he's like, forget this shit. I ain't coming back. I don't want it. Keep it even. So let that play out how it needs to. His daughter will hold him accountable when the time comes. That's the best way that I can put that. Yes, want to do spirit cleaners and protection candles. Hell yeah. Just what to send back healing Don't want that bad karma. Hell no. Hell no. No, 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 no. No, we just want some protection, okay? Because we don't want nothing coming up in here, okay? In this little grid. That is not yours. It's not even like, oh, I'm going to be sending you back that energy. It's really, it's yours. Just have it back. Here you go. You know, it's not even like I'm beefing with you because technically you're beefing with yourself. You just feel like you can come and have that beef outside with me. And I didn't sign up for this game. Like, you chose me. I didn't choose you to play this little thing you trying to sign me up for, right? Where is the opt out button? Because I'm finished. That type of dynamic. So don't worry. It's coming. I think it's interesting because like they're showing that this whole sort of like you know, these hasty situations or hasty decisions where it's like talking about something and not necessarily acting on certain things, that's going to be changing soon. The tides are going to be changing soon. Like what I just said to you about BD, facts. He's going to get to his point where he can't even take that no more. And that's going to play itself out how it needs to, anyways. As far as Madame, I think I'm a bully. Listen, the thing about these little demons is they're on leashes, and each leash has a timeline, and they get to do what they do for as long as it takes for us to get to wherever we need to get to be able to have our little David moment, okay, and slay that giant, okay, and really actually overcome certain situations. 100%. Let's see what's the overall guidance for you in navigating this space in that case, because the inevitable is going to play itself out anyways. By the looks of it, it's all just going to come crashing down like a good shit show. So, what's the overall guidance, guys, for our girl? What's the guidance for our girl? Thank you. Yep. Yeah. Forgiveness. But it's not coming until like a year from now. I think BD, the timeline that I was getting for you with the situation on most of this stuff was between 15 to 17 months, potentially up to 19 months. And that may have to do with the neighbor as far as the 19 months extension. It may be like very long winded. It may even go into 21 months. And again, this is because she drags her feet, but the process of things start at certain points. So for BD, it's like 15 to 17 months around about. So with his situation with what's her face, he starts to be able to kind of like make moves in a different direction, and then with Madame over here, Miss Bully, her little dog that's on the leash, that's in her ear, perpetuating these like aggression, that's going to be like getting wrapped up within about 17 to 19 months. That's when the process is going to start, and then there's also going to be a long-winded process a little bit up until around about 21 months for that to completely play out. The situation won't improve. It's just going to be what it is as far as like the outcome, because they've made certain decisions, i.e. BD chose to be with her, who is his own karma, which he deserves actually. And for her, she's already penalized herself without even realizing. So it's all going to play out. Just, I guess, let it unfold, and keep standing and like strong and, you know, standing on like in your own as well. Okay. I hope that that was useful for you. They're beautiful. That part. Ooh. Hmm. Okay, Mina. You're doing it beautiful. You're doing it, you know. Now is the time. That's okay, beautiful. I think you're on the right track anyways. Okay. Sorry. My skittles are good. My bad, Mina. I'm literally like trying to get it out of my teeth. Okay, there we go. And we are down to the final three after Mina. Okay. So we have Mina's question. What are Hassan's thoughts and perceptions of me? Oh, thank you for your precious time and energy. Forever grateful. All good, beautiful. You guys perked me right up. I thought I was a little bit low in terms of like energy. You know, when you've got so much going on, you're just drained. Okay. Hassan's thoughts of Mina. Give us some idea, I guess, of the perception. Okay. Oh, wow. What a way to be able to present the story. Okay, I got a whole deck for you, Mina. The whole little story. Let's see. Okay. I've got quite a few cards here, so let me just dive into it for a second. We've got a couple of major arcanas here as well, so let me get the feedback, beautiful. Okay. 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 Interesting. Okay. Okay. So there's a few things. There's a whole thing out here. So it's interesting because he's definitely acknowledged the growth, right? He's definitely seen like the evolution into being a lot more emotionally grounded and like cool, calm, and collected and brought together. I think some of the things for him is that there's still a tendency to be hasty and make hasty decisions, is his perception. And he feels like some of those decisions may kind of, I guess, be a little bit excessive, I guess, how can I put it? So sometimes he feels like there may be a little bit of a overinvestment in certain areas that may not necessarily be or shouldn't be a priority in his eyes, basically. And I think that for the most part, he sees or feels like you are the authoritative in your relationship dynamic in your team, right? You're the authoritative, and that's just the way that he looks at it, just in terms of the way that you're able to manage things and the way that you ultimately make decisions as well. I think it's interesting. I think he would like to see or feels like you've had missed opportunities in terms of certain things. I don't know if it's career goals or things that he basically sees you doing. He feels like you have the potential basically to be doing so much more. So he sees that. But I think for him, he's like, it's misguided. And because he's very like, he wants to just plan and execute and do stuff. Like that's the way that he works, right? So he's just like, there isn't a feasible enough plan for it to kind of like work. So it's like, how's she gonna do it? Like how's she gonna do this and how's she gonna do that? Like she needs a plan. But she's the authoritative as well. So like, it's really interesting because I guess it's just a difference in just perception or reality. Because I think he doesn't necessarily get the way in which you do things fully, but I think that there's still a certain element of respect there because he's seen the growth as well. I think for him in the situation, he's seeing as well that there's, I guess he appreciates the patience as well. Like, I think that's one of the things that is one of your qualities that he appreciates and admires most, I guess, in all the dynamics of everything. But he does feel that you do sometimes lack direction. Direction being doing things his way. That's really what he means, direction, when he says that, because he doesn't really mean direction, he means my direction. As in his direction. So, yeah, that's his thought process. Beautiful. But I think for the most part, he feels like you could be doing a lot more and he sees potential in you to do a lot more in certain areas. Because I think he sees that you're quite impressive, I guess, in terms of like you being the authoritative. That's how he sees it, right? You're the authoritative in the relationship dynamic to some degree. It's like what you say goes. That's what he says. His wife has tried very hard to feed things against me. Is he believing it at all? I wouldn't necessarily say that he's believing it. I think he tries to talk her around to, because I think her part is like, I wouldn't even call it a misunderstanding. She just, I don't know, she just don't like you, beautiful. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. She just don't like you. But yeah, I think there's other aspects to the situation where I guess she feels like, yeah, I don't know why she feels like you're a threat. Not in essence like that, but it's more like It's more like a situation where just your thought process and the way that you are, the type of woman that you are, she finds that to be a threat in her environment. Because there's so many things that like it's just against like her belief system, right? That's the way she justifies things to herself. But I think she is in his ear for the most part. He tries not to take it in too much, and he does tell her to like not do certain things, and he does try and talk her around basically. Yeah, so that's kind of where that situation, I see that. I get it as well, because there was a case of him admiring certain qualities about you, and I know that he likes that. Like in her, he would like for her to have a little bit more drive and ambition. Do you see what I'm saying? Like I said, he feels like it's misguided in terms of like direction, because he would capitalize off so many things in the qualities that he sees within you, right? That's just like his natural thought process. And he'd be able to know how to extract that in capitalizing, is like his perception on the situation. But he does, yeah, he does. Interesting. I don't think she's changing his mind. I think if anything, he tells her to kind of humble her thought process, right? And again, these are some of the qualities that he likes about you, because he wouldn't expect that type of behavior, I guess, from you. I think he wanted to help her, develop her moral compass a little bit, which is why he was like saying certain things or certain qualities of yours that he appreciates, that he would like her to sort of like format as well. But yeah, it went over her head. She just went deeper into her own unhealthy attributes, and activated some more of those. She was like, "You don't like all this? Take all that." Basically. So, on that note, let's go and see what the guidance is for you in navigating like this space. Trust me, Vida. It was funny. It was funny. I'm telling you. What do you guys advise Mina to do about the situation? Breaking stuff. They said to take a break, Mina. Okay? This isn't one of those battles that you need to fight. Her son is basically doing a lot of fighting your corner in the situation. He sees through this little jealousy that is developing, and he's not really sort of buying into it at all. So you're good. Okay. Right. Rachel, we're finally here to you, beautiful. We are finally here to you. Let me get me another Skittle. Get me going. That part. That's what I thought was funny. That part, Mina. They were like, "You've earned this break. You deserve it." Thank you, Real Summer J. I've just started your question. Rachel, I've got you. Okay, so intense. Okay, so Let's dive into it. That's okay. That's okay, Summer. Right, so firstly, we want to start with Isaac's thoughts towards Rachel. What are Isaac's thoughts towards Rachel? Thank you. Okay, we'll put that into context for me. Okay. Okay. His thought process is that he feels a little bit challenged by the inevitable ending of the situation, to be fair. And he's kind of like hoping, I guess, for recovery. But undelivered promises, being the sort of like all talk and no action type of like character. It's just one of those situations. Yeah, yeah. He knows that it's over. There's no coming back. Okay. Oh no, I believe you. I believe you. Because all he is looking at with the situation is basically his challenge is recovery. His challenge. He's trying to get his way back in. Yeah, he is. He's trying to get his way back in. His challenge is recovery. And that's the one thing. The inevitable ending, based on the way that he was doing shit, it was inevitable that that couldn't survive that environment. You wouldn't have continued to be able to survive much longer in that environment as well. His controlling ways and being passive at times, that was like the nicest of the aggression levels that he could have given. Interesting. So his thought process on the situation is that he's feeling like completely discouraged. There isn't really much faith on the situation. He feels like this broken home dynamic that he's navigating through. He's almost playing a woe is me pity card, as if to say he didn't play a very crucial part in actually creating this outcome that you guys are navigating through. So he's clearly got his visuals a bit warped, unfortunately. So yeah, I don't believe he loves. Do you know what? Okay, so love is. I don't believe he loves you how you love him, and I'm gonna say it like that because in his mind, I think he possesses you. I don't know that he loves you, but in his mind, that's what love looks like. And he's just quite possessive. And my thing is my thing, and what I say to do with my thing is my thing. Like, it's just crazy. Oh my God. I don't know how you lived in this space, I guess, because even being in his mind for like 2-3 minutes is just very, very much like, I don't think he knows what love is. I don't think he knows what love is. I think he knows or has an idea about what it's supposed to be. I guess, what it's supposed to be, but I don't think he knows what that is as far as him experiencing it and being able to feel it and soak it up and know what it feels like to give it back to someone else. You know, I don't think he's there. Um, but yeah, did he love you? Not necessarily. I think he possessed you as far as you being a possession of his, and just like every other possession of his, he needs to be in full control of how that possession sort of like moves throughout the day. Otherwise, do you know what the reality of the situation is? He's actually um he got stuck between the ages of 3 to 7. Technically, it started to develop at 3, and then at the age of 4, it really came into full effect. And by the time it was 7, it was set. That was his narcissistic spirit and presence manifested in form. And nobody ever taught him how to sort of like navigate through his manipulative ways. Nobody ever taught him how to and I say nobody ever taught him. People tried, they did try, but he didn't respect anybody well enough to be able to actually take on board what they were actually sort of like saying. Yeah, I don't know exactly what caused it either, because it seems like there's 3 different sort of like stages of it. There was 3, there was 4, and then there was 7. So these are the 3 main traumas that is basically got this narcissistic spirit attached to his psyche because of the trauma that he experienced in these 3 different timelines. That his basically, because the narcissist basically stems from a place when we are in self mode, it's in self preservation mode constantly all the time. So the narcissist only focuses on self and what self wants and what self needs and all that kind of stuff. So this is like old trauma that hasn't necessarily been healed in a long time. And because those things haven't even been touched in for a minute, yeah, he's still, I can tell that he doesn't respect anyone. That's why he still hasn't basically been able to kind of like overcome the narcissist spirit. Like, these are spirits that it's better if we learn how to manage them when we're younger, because when they become adults, we can struggle to control them, unfortunately, and they can just take hold of the vessel and shit. Next thing you know, you're abusing the person you say you love. So it's just one of those things. I don't feel like I felt like he was infatuated with the idea of you and what the dynamics looks like, because I think he wanted so badly to basically have a family dynamic and have that little pretty picture painted, right? But I think I don't know that he loved you. I think he was infatuated with you enough so that he wanted to possess you. Um, and he definitely did that. He used the demon that possessed him to hold you in possession. Sorry. I don't mean to laugh. I laugh at my own traumas. Okay? I'm sorry if it's offensive. I'm just saying, seriously. That's just kind of like what the situation is. Yeah. Okay, let's look at his feelings then. Well, I guess we just looked at his feelings. They're not real. They're not real. He's not healthy enough to like develop feelings of love. He has a idea, actually. No, okay, good. Because I think these people, and I have to say these people because I mean, like, when I say these people, I'm speaking about sick people, right? Who wants to go around like blaming the world for them being sick, but wants to take no accountability for them healing. And that's where it gets tricky. But yeah, I think he is the devil. Well, beautiful. He may very well be possessed by the devil's little minions. The narcissist is one of the biggest demons, unfortunately, in the underworld. Um, yeah. I definitely think, yes, he blames the world for everything but himself. That's just the way it is. That's how the narcissist continues to feed. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, if people don't, if children don't learn how to manage these spirits from young, you get into your whole adulthood, and then you start to tell these stories. You continue to perpetuate these stories, and then you make everybody else's life a living hell. Who wants that? Um, but yes, I definitely think that he's going to continue, I guess, to be, you're his possession. That's just the way that he looks at it. And I think he, unfortunately, he does have some abandonment issues himself as well, because I feel like he pushed you away because of his abandonment wound out of fear of losing you, but he manifested the very thing that he had fear of. Instead of you walking away, he pushed you away. And then I agree with you, definitely believe his own lies. It's the best way. It's, how can I put it? That's how the narcissist operates. The human has to believe the lies that are told. Otherwise, the narcissist, they become aware of the narcissistic spirit, basically, that is moving through them. But for the most part, like, when they stop believing the lies, then they actually have the capacity to be able to grow and develop. Yes, he definitely does have abandonment issues. Yeah, that was like one of the factors as to why he would flare up a lot of the times. It was one of the factors as to why he was so controlling. It was one of the factors as to why he's still trying to control the narrative and control the situation, control the space, and control you. And whatever he can control, he is going to try and control in the situation, unfortunately. But yeah. Okay. I'm going to ask a different question as far as like his feelings, because we've gathered what his feelings are. Let's see. How do you see the situation playing out, guys? Okay. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Um, I guess they're saying that the way in which things are playing out is that you're going to continue to be strategical about this person, this man coming in claiming to hold a heart, but he's upside down. He doesn't even know how to be in his frame correctly. Like, he's too emotionally charged, he's too emotionally erratic, emotionally manipulative, volatile, just too much going on, right? And his own self-identification is off, his perception on reality is off, his ability to really see himself and how he is in these situations is non-existent. So you have to, I guess you are going to continue to be strategical about that aspect of the situation. And you also stand 10 toes down on the fact that there is no balance to the situation because he is imbalanced, unfortunately. So there's no door to personal healing or happiness for the family situation that he's hoping for. Like, he needs some deep therapy, and he needs to go and deal with some of those demons, that 3-year-old demon, the 4-year-old demon, and the 7-year-old demon. All three of them have teamed up, and they literally have this control of his psyche to the point where the narcissistic spirit is deeply embedded in his coding at the minute. But you'll be guarding, you'll continue to stay on guard, you continue to stay on watch, and you'll continue to be strategical about the whole process of everything that you're navigating through, right? Yeah. So what is the advice for our girl Rachel in that case? I think you will. I think you will. There's no healing. There's no coming back from this situation. It's going to take, I don't think it's going to take, like, it's not going to be an overnight situation. I think he is going to fight you on it. I think he is going to basically, I don't think he received love as a child. Definitely not. I think he had situations where he was tolerated, you know? He was tolerated. That's kind of what it feels like. Exactly. He was neglected 100%. Whenever he was in a space, it felt like he was just tolerated to be there, not really like, oh, I like having you here type thing. But yeah, the divorce, again, that's going to take some time, and he's going to give you some pushback. But you get there. You do get there. Thank you. Yeah. Their advice for you on the situation is to share your voice, speak up for yourself on the situation, and really just kind of like continue to devote yourself to the things that matter to you in life. Yeah, he is going to keep fighting for you. It's a pity. He should have fought his ass for you. You know what I mean? He should have turned around and like fight his own demons for you. But that tends to happen a lot of the times, especially the narcissist. Oh my God. The narcissistic spirit is like one of the worst for men in particular because they struggle with accountability anyways. And that's the thing. That's the key to basically unlocking the narcissist's ownership over your mind. Once you take accountability, the narcissist doesn't have as much grip, and then you can start to work through some of the problems basically that you had that initially caused the narcissist to attach to you. But yeah, I told him to get therapy and help before. He needs it. He needs it, beautiful, like deeply as well. He didn't want to acknowledge it. Well, it's just what it is. He don't want no help. That means he doesn't want the things that he thinks that he wants. He basically just wants to continue to do the same shit and get away with it differently. So it just kind of is what it is. But you'll continue to do good with your own process. You'll continue to grow. You continue to elevate, and you continue to kind of like, move into what you're gardening for yourself in terms of your life moving forward. Okay. He does want people to feel sorry for him because the narcissist isn't born that way. It's created. It's basically like it's the room in our mind where all of our trauma kind of like exists, and that's where the narcissist goes to basically attach itself to our neurology. But yeah, all good. That's all good, beautiful. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for stopping in and sharing with us. Definitely putting some prayers out there for you because I know the narcissist is a very, very challenging spirit to navigate. And especially if it's somebody that doesn't necessarily want to unravel their contracts with that kind of demon, it becomes even more of a challenge to navigate because they're so obsessive as well. Like, it's exhausting. So I'm going to send you some energy, Mama, because I know it's draining dealing with that type of spirit. Okay. Right. Ultra ego wisdom. Oh, I don't know if Mama's even still here. You called for her a while ago, didn't you, Mina? And she didn't answer. Yeah, he is very obsessed. Oh, good, beautiful. I do have. Let me see. I think she fell off. think she put her question out there. No, I think she said she wanted a general read. Actually, the real Summer J. You did it, girl. You survived. Okay. We're going to go and dive into your question because Ultra Ego's not here and she wanted a general read. I might do it at some point during the week. She did survive. Listen. You did survive. Oh, as long as you know how to stay alive in the life. Listen, it's hard out here. We're like almost 6 hours in. I got work tomorrow. This is why I do this ish on the weekends. But we're good. We're in the last one. I'm glad that it could be you, beautiful. We're gonna see. Can I have information on my future husband and children, for example? Features, names, if have some children names picked already, characteristics, and etc. Anything really. I want to know details, basically. Okay. Thank you, girl. I was trying not to get some Skittles stuck in my throat. But yes, okay. Let me grab some crystals so we can get the space. Nice. Nicely done. Oh. Okay. Interesting. So we want to get some insight on their future husband and family of the real Summer J. What have we got, guys? Three children. Possibly four. They said possibly four. Okay. The person may come along with a child. I think that's why it's a possibly four. Right? Sorry, they're still putting all the details together for me. Well, there we go. Well, that aligns. It aligns. There's a timeline there for it. Okay. Oh. Okay. So I definitely see a son. I believe the firstborn is a son. And he's cute. I don't know what sort of features you want, but he's got sort of almond shaped eyes. Obviously I'm seeing him sort of around about I want to say around about 3-ish, 4, because he's skipping around. Maybe actually about 5 actually. Yeah, this is just before he becomes a big brother. So I think it's between 3 and 4. Um, ah, just before he becomes a big brother. Yeah. Sorry, I'm like getting the whole concept on it, what's going on as far as the scene that they're showing me. Because he's kind of coming back with dad. They have their own sort of due days and they go out and do things. And he's coming back from like his due time with dad. He loves hanging out with dad. Like I'm seeing and they're showing me a visual of like dad carrying him on his neck at the minute, and they have like a really close relationship, and that goes well into like his adult years as well. Like during his teen years, um, things are definitely it's interesting because that's like when he really has the value of his dad the most, right? Where he feels like, oh, he's really helping me and teaching me about certain things. I think the second two after that are two girls after that, from what I can see. And then there's like this one abstract thing that I'm not too sure of. I can't tell if it's his child, your child together. It's still very abstract for me. I think it's one of those things that's not a definite, but a very highly likely. So I'm sure there's probably other factors to the situation as well. Um, but yeah, he loves being a big brother as well. He is, yeah, he's happy. His sisters are literally, they feel so protected by him, not in a sense where it's overbearing. Sometimes he can like, just make decisions without actually even sort of like speaking to them because he feels like he knows best, basically being big brother and stuff like that. But he learns his boundaries with them again during their teenage years. Um, there's between like, I think there's like 2 to 3 years between the girls, and there's like between 3 to 4 years between the boy. Um, So I think that little time span there, I don't know where this fourth child fits into the process. It could potentially be to do with that because I think the developmental process, uh, the fourth may be done through not so natural conception, if you know what I mean. I think that there's like a lot of stuff that comes after, because the first pregnancy is a challenge, but you get through it and it's okay. Second pregnancy, you start to learn a little bit more about how your body is in this sort of situation. And after the third pregnancy, it's like, I can't put my body through this anymore, but I think that the desire is still there. So I think that that's probably why I was seeing that kind of like maybe, his sort of like situation. But I think it's just a very abstract way of basically going through the conception process. And you guys really having to give it, there we go. You guys really having to give it a lot of like thought and intention and be very, with it, very strategical with it. So the fourth one is can it happen basically at that stage? Do you see what I'm saying? But yeah, lots of options will be provided to you guys, and you guys will kind of like weigh up your options and everything. Dad, let's talk about dad. Dad's tall, okay, tall, dark, and handsome, as they say. high cheekbones, nice smile, thick lips, a nice gentleman, actually, nice old school gentleman. Um, he has a good sense of humor. Not necessarily like, you know, how can I put it? Like he's got a dry sense of humor. There we go. He's got a dry sense of humor. So the things that he comes out with, like, yeah, when you know him, and you kind of like find the funny in it type thing. Um, but yeah, I think he he appreciates, I guess, how you're able to kind of like bring him out of his comfort zone a little bit, challenge him. I'm getting a middle name. I'm not getting a first name, but I'm getting a middle name, Ross. Yeah, his middle name's Ross. And I think that's because he's funny about his first name, anyways, as well. Interestingly enough, I think he's even a little bit cautious about sharing it, and he goes by the Ross situation. Haven't necessarily met yet. No, the meeting hasn't sort of officially happened yet. But you guys are getting close. You guys are getting close to the actual meeting, as far as like actually being able to come into alignment with each other to start the process, right? Of like getting the relationship on and popping. But yeah, he seems to do well with the kids individually on his own as well. And he's quite good support for you as well, actually. He's got a decent job, always has a job, like holds down a job, that part. Like he likes to make sure that it's interesting. I think he might be an earth sign, actually. His dedication to work definitely gives me earth sign vibes. Yeah. Stability is very important, I guess, and consistency is something that he's always striving towards, and he's very like open to taking like feedback and constructive criticism, and he's very much like, yeah, I'm here as a part of the team, tell me where you need me to be. And he's a good cheerleader just as much as he's a team player as well. Yeah. Yeah. No, beautiful. Not haven't met, so there's no texting, haven't necessarily met before. It's a situation where you guys are coming close into a meeting of each other. I think it's one of those things where you're still growing into identifying exactly what it is that you want. Because you might think you want something and then go for a person that doesn't necessarily meet those qualities. So when you break out of that behavior, sorry, beautiful. I just have to like call it like it is, because that's just what they're saying. When that behavior is optimized, so too will he be brought into this space, right? Where you're saying what you want, claiming what you want, and not settling for less than what you want. You know, that part. But I hope that was useful for you, Mama, because there's still some time left for you to be able to kind of navigate the space with that. Yeah. I'm not too sure where you guys will actually meet. It may not necessarily be through church events. It may be through well, I guess yes and no, because it may be through like an event from someone from the church, because that's one of the things for him as well. Like his relationship with God is something that he instills in the kids as well. It's very important to him in the process. That's why like the son values him so much as well, just by what his belief systems are as well, you know, and him being able to sort of like anchor a relationship with God. Yeah, the son appreciates that, like him teaching him how to do that as a man, you know, because it's different. But yes, beautiful. I hope that that was useful for you. I'm going to pack up shop because it is almost 3:30 a.m. Oh my God. I'm up in like 5 hours. This means no workout for me tomorrow a.m., which is a bummer because I just got into workouts this morning. I'm going to see how I feel actually. I'm going to try and see if I can get a little workout in before lunch actually, and see if that could work for me tomorrow because I'm already going to be sleeping for about 5 hours tonight. So that part. Such a bummer that Ultra didn't manage to get her reading. Thank you, beautiful. But, and however, we are going to, I'm going to see if I can put out a little something for her. We'll see how the week goes. I can't promise anything because dang, the week is hella busy. You know how it is. 6 hours today. Wow. Haven't done one of these in a minute. I thought I was getting better. Last time I was so impressed. I was like 4 hours. I haven't done one of those in a minute, but I see we're back on the 6 hours rhythm. Do you think it's because I didn't like check in with you guys the other day? It took us like double the time almost to be able to kind of get through the night tonight, right? That part. But no, I appreciate you guys coming to hang out with me, especially on a Monday night. Nina, thank you so much for being amazing as always. I really, really appreciate your time because I know you've got little ones and you guys have things to do on a school night, right? So I appreciate you giving me your time because I know you're up in a few hours if you're not already supposed to be up right now to do school run and everything. Damn. I appreciate your dedication as well, beautiful. You always allow for the space to flow, and your selflessness is much appreciated. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you, the real summer. Jay. Right. I am gonna sign out and check out of the space. If anything, I will see y'all later.
All the things they said to hold her back, they never seem to leave her head and tend to keep her mind at war. All the things they said to hold her back, they keep her locked inside of all the times when she's been hurt before.
Bye, guys. Mwah, mwah, mwah. God bless y'all. Have a great week. Okay, keep being great. That part.